I'm like debating on. Oh, oh, hang on. Working. Okay, there's YouTube. I'm like debating on dropping YouTube streaming. Not because I don't want to stream on YouTube. Um, but because it is kind of a pain in the butt. With Twitch, OBS just works. You don't need any special plugins, you don't need anything crazy. It just does the thing. But on YouTube, I have to have a bunch of special things. Like, I've dropped the YouTube chat because I don't get any people watching me on YouTube really anyway. Occasionally, there will be a day where I get a bunch of people that pop into YouTube, but they never stay. They never really chat. And honestly, I want more of an audience on Twitch. Like, I want people on YouTube to come watch me on YouTube. That's fine. But the people who watch me on YouTube are people who watch my YouTube videos. They're not people who watch me live on YouTube. As much as I would really like to keep streaming to YouTube, I don't know. I don't see it working very well right now. And I'm trying to get people on Twitch because ultimately, if streaming doesn't like pick up, if I can't get people on Twitch and YouTube's not doing it, I'll just won't stream anymore. That's sad because I want to stream. I like streaming. I like the audience that I'm getting. But I'm just not getting any viewers on YouTube. Like, I was for a little while, but it just like randomly died and I was like, why am I eating my bandwidth up for Twitch? Why am I killing my upload just so that I can stream to nobody on YouTube? If my YouTube audience is actually gonna ever listen to this, because it'll be posted as a VOD automatically, you can make the difference. Go ahead and let me know that you want me to stream on YouTube. Otherwise, it will come up missing. And only the Twitch people shall prevail. That's why streaming is not really my... That's not my main source of stuff. I do this because it's fun. I like streaming because it's fun and I get to talk to people. But in all respects, I could just not stream and I'd have more time to work on YouTube. And I wouldn't have to worry about scheduling around my streaming. I can just do YouTube when I need to. It is less convenient to do the streaming, and you know, if it doesn't pick up in the next few months, I'd say, then that's probably where it's gonna be. I will probably stop streaming just because the effort goes into YouTube. Not that I don't put effort into this, but I'd have to start paying for stream elements, like the extra bonus whatever plan, the not free plan. I have to pay for that if I want to have a seamless experience between both YouTube and Twitch. What I had before works, it's fine, but the problem is that I have so many docs running on OBS for one thing or another that I just like, I can't manage it all. Like, I had a bot come in here after everybody left Monday, and I couldn't ban the bot without going to Twitch Stream Manager because the program that I used, which is free, doesn't allow me to use Twitch commands in it. And it's like, well, that sucks, because if I need to ban a bot, I need to ban a bot. I shouldn't have to like stop everything and do that. So that was really the straw that broke the camel's back, and why I don't have the Twitch or the combined chat anyway, if you're noticing that. And I also don't have the chat on the screen anymore because I'm not streaming my challenges that I'm putting on YouTube right now, so it might as well look nicer and have the video full screen and all that. stream for fun because it's nice to hang out with people. Why you always have a chat pop out from Twitch open on one of your screens. Yeah. That is not warm enough. What am I doing with my life? Go back. Do the thing. Yeah, it's, it sucks that YouTube is just so clunky. It is the largest platform. It's the way for you to get recognized and noticed, but I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube on how to be more successful at this career. And, you know, I'm just realizing that, like, I can't be great at everything, so I gotta be good at what I'm good at. And I tried dual streaming to see if I could get some audience members, and, you know, it was working a little bit. I did get some audience members, but most people that watch me right now watch me on Twitch. They found me on Twitch. And they found me because of my YouTube videos that I made. I didn't have to do anything. Why did I do that? Brain frying, but yeah. Most people found me on YouTube through the videos and then came and watched me on Twitch and watched me on Twitch that way. I don't get really any viewers because they watched me on YouTube and then hopped over to Twitch, so. I think it was Sleepy is the only one that actually was doing that. So I think for the time being, the YouTube stream will be just, I won't monitor it. People can watch it if they want. And if they really want to interact with me, I'll just leave it to Twitch, because that'll be easier for me to manage, and I think the quality's better on Twitch anyway. And YouTube has a conundrum every time I have to reset the stream for whatever reason. It just doesn't, I have to delete my old video and then, like, be like, hey, YouTube, I want to restart that stream now, and it's all like, but there's already a thing that exists, and it's just really clunky. Really cumbersome. I think the editing on the Red Plague video, the recap, the review, yeah, that one was really nice. Maybe edited content's just my strong suit. Yeah, I also enjoy your streams just fine. So, like, that's the thing. I really like editing. I do. Honestly, I found myself recently just, like, I was working on, that Red Plague video, and, like, when I'd get done editing it, I'd be like, yes, I've done editing for, like, 6 hours, you know, and I've whatever, worked on the thumbnail, whatever, I don't know. I'd do a bunch of work. I'd work for like 6 hours on the video editing, another few hours on something else, and then all of a sudden I'd be done. I'd be like, well, it's been a long day, I'm gonna relax and play some games. And then, like, I start playing games and I'm like, I kind of just want to keep editing, so I'd get back into it. And for the last, like, week, I've just done basically editing. The last couple of days has been me doing the Vintage Story Ocean Challenge. That's my next thing, and that should be done soon, as long as I can invest some time into it. I've got to put, like, 8-hour or 10-hour days in to get it all recorded. But I just played it for, like, 9 hours yesterday. So I gotta do that, and then I gotta do more editing on that, obviously. Hey, the Helvhammer's working. Yay! I don't have to make iron plates by hand anymore. In fact, I guess I could just work the bloom over here and just work on heating these up. Came from your challenge videos. I think you mentioned your streams. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of what I'm streaming right now is challenge content. You know, this is the no map run, but I'm doing the entire story. This isn't no map like, oh, I'm just gonna do a year of this or whatever. This has been an ongoing thing. This is the longest challenge that I've done. Because I'm trying to do the story, and I figured no map is the best to do this, because I'm like, if I want to do the story, but it's ocean world, I mean, that's cool, but eventually you get to a point, I don't think the devastation is ever going to spawn in the ocean. It will spawn, but I don't think you'll have, like, ocean everything. I think it'll be just a giant hunk of land. We want iron plates. I think 3 of them's fine. We'll do that. Guess I can keep these here to keep them warm. I hate editing, otherwise I'd probably have done YouTube stuff already. It's a weird thing. I've always just kind of enjoyed editing. I don't know what it is about it. Even when I was in high school, I was on a meme app and for my phone, and I just like I was part of a fun little community of people. And I like made a it's very funny. This is a very childish thing. So on this meme app, somehow there was the establishment of cults, quote unquote. And so there was like the dog cult, and they were just people that would insist on having dog profile pictures for for all of them. There was a large group of them, and they'd all like get together. So there were like cult wars. I don't remember all the other ones. One was like an anime one was something I don't remember all of them, but it was very fun. And I ended up spending time taking all the people's profile pictures. I took screenshots one by one of all of their profile pictures. And I like cropped them, and I used the what's it called? Keyframes. I used keyframing to put their images and track them manually. I didn't have any auto tracking. This was all my beginning experience with video editing, and I used it to put their pictures over some footage of a video game, and like it was like kind of big. The community loved it, and so I was like, heck yeah. That was like my first experience of like feeling like I was doing something cool, because nobody else did that. So I don't know, it was my first experience of like getting into editing and having some feedback. And at my last job before I quit, they wanted me to work on some video editing for them. They just never gave me the time to do it. So I don't know, I really wish I could have gone into that, but that is all part of my past life now. And I don't want to just be an editor for a YouTuber, because then you don't get to interact with people. Like, some YouTubers are cool. Some YouTubers will try to get their editors involved and let them, like, you know, some will have, like, the editors will have, like, little art characters or whatever of themselves. And then on, like, the YouTube video, they'll, like, chime in and put arrows and float around and do stuff. And that's, like, cool, but, I want to be the person that gets to interact with people too. I gotta make sure that I don't actually hit the wrong voxel on this. You even tried working for a local TV channel. Oh, wow. Wanted to break into voice work through that. They just wanted me to edit stuff. Hated it. Was never good at it either. I can't say that I'm good at editing, but I sure try to be. Animations take a long time to make, and that's something that I need to just sit down on. One of these nights, instead of me just editing and being like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'll just keep editing my video, I should sit down and be like, take a break from the video and let's make some animations. Because once you make animations, especially in DaVinci Resolve, you can save them essentially as a macro. And then you just go, hey, I want to like use this macro that I have saved. It's this cool floating animation. And then you have it forever. You can probably also download other people's like floating macro animations, but there's a sense of a little bit of pride for me too, of like, I don't want to borrow other people's work or use it because other people are also going to be doing that because that's the easy way out. And so it's like, I kind of want to do my own thing because then I know that everything I have is mine and I don't have to worry about like giving credit to a person that, you know, gave me this thing or whatever. You know, like, I don't have to worry about, is this, you know, able to be used commercially for free or anything like that. I can just use my stuff that I made. Of course, I allow me to do what I want to do with my own stuff that I made. But it takes a lot of learning to get into that. To be able to make those and understand like how it all works. I've been messing with it for months and I just now realized like I guess I missed something in the first few videos I watched. The way DaVinci handles animations is it does it via nodes, which is very popular for like programming stuff and that whatever these days. But on the nodes for the animations, there's different inputs, and I didn't know what they meant. There was like a green, a blue, and a yellow, and I'm like, I don't know what these mean. I'm assuming input 1, 2, and 3. No, they actually have functions. One is a mask, one is a color, and one is something else. I don't remember what they are. They actually tell you, though, so I don't have to remember what they are, because they will actually say, when you hover over them, what they do. And I was like, oh, this makes so much more sense now. I can probably make way better animations. I doubt arrowheads will need to be like that. They could break from quenching, so we're just gonna do that. So satisfying. What kind of animations? You only do frame by frame animations, for example, the wave ones. And the table flip. I love those. So the animations that I do, like I obviously don't do those. I have no idea how you do those. I have zero clue how you make something like that. Because I'm not an artist, so I don't have like a thing, like I don't have like a base image that has multiple forms, multiple frames to then put into an animation, like a GIF or something like that. I don't have that. I'm sure there's some free templates out there or whatever that you can use, but the animations that I use are all, you know, boring animations for the video stuff. It's the like making an arrow swoop in, or, you know, dropping something from the top of the screen, or whoosh off to the side of the screen, or whatever. I have also been collecting a crap load of free sound effects, and my entire computer file management system is a mess because now, like, I was throwing things, I was just downloading them, and then I was using them for Vintage Story, so then they went into a Vintage Story folder, and then I was doing all this other stuff, and now it's just like, it's everywhere. I have to like take a day and just sit down and like clean my PC, reorganize everything, move it around, put it in logical places. But a lot of times it's just like, it's on the desktop somewhere. It's fine. No, it is most certainly not fine, because I can't find the darn thing, and when I move it, it breaks one of my projects that I'm working on, because it's like, the media has moved. I'm like, well, yeah, because I moved it to a better location, but forgot that you were using it. It's a whole thing. You draw those frame by frame. See, I can't draw. And I don't practice drawing like I should. I want to, but I spend all of my time video editing. I never learned this guy's name. I'm pretty sure I learned this guy's name. I think they changed him with the update to the traders. Longbow. He doesn't sell a recurve bow. We're on a journey to see if I can get a survival trader to sell me a recurve. That's what I want. Modern animators use Live 2D. I don't even know what that is. I can't do that yet. Yeah, so instead of editing for 20 hours, maybe you should sort of sort through your sound effects. Yeah, but that's work that isn't fun. That involves having to actually think of a file organizing system. But I need to do it before I start editing this Ocean Challenge for Vintage Story, because it is a bit of a mess. The Red Plague review video, that one, when I first released it, the audio was really quiet, and I kick myself every time for that, because I uploaded it to YouTube days in advance, and I just, like, didn't listen to it with anything other than my headphones. I watched it on my normal phone, just my, like, straight up mobile device. I pulled it up there. I pulled it up on TV. The thumbnail was high enough resolution that it looked good on, like, all these different devices and stuff. I tested it. I didn't listen to the audio. So when I was trying to listen to my own video in the car yesterday, it was, like, dead quiet. I was like, are you kidding me? A simple bow. That's even worse, dude. I was like, are you kidding me? I didn't listen to this. I don't think I have any other survival traders that I can think of. There's another trader north of the village, but I don't think he's survival. I think he's... There's a commodities trader somewhere around here, I found. I don't remember where he's at, though. I might have to just make do with a longbow. I want a recurve, though, really bad. One day I'll gather up some energy and draw a little animation for every single person I want to draw an animation for, but I'm so tired lately, probably because of allergies. Allergies have been rough today. I'll tell you that much. I have had the itchiest, runniest nose all day. I took allergy meds and everything, and my nose was just like, today's the day you die. You don't need me anymore, and I'm going to make sure that on my way out, I just destroy every part of your circulatory system. You don't need that. If you don't need me, you don't need that. And I just, like, I took allergy meds, I took a hot shower, I blew my nose like 12 times. Agriculture, that's what this guy is. Well, my guy, I would absolutely love to sell you pumpkins if you sold the seeds even once. Yay, you sell saguaro fruit. That's cool. I need the seeds for pumpkins. Is there another trader over here? I'm trying to remember now. When you don't trade with your traders very often in your new base location, you don't remember what they are. I know I have 2 survival traders because I've actually traded with them recently. That guy's agriculture. There might be another one way up here somewhere. I honestly don't remember. Thought it was quiet, but when you re-upload it, watched again. Yeah, that's fine. If you're giving me a ghost view, that's fine. I appreciate it. I had to re-upload it though because the audio was quiet. And I hate it. I hate doing that because it means that, like, oh guys, I am not good at doing the thing that I'm doing. And I had to re-upload it. Like, obviously I'm still really new at this. But I think the second one sounds better, and it's getting better everything. I also reworked the thumbnail. So the problem with the Red Plague, specifically when it came to thumbnails, is because it's a mod, and I hate this so much, and anybody who does modding, listen to me now if you ever listen at all to this. Do not make a Discord and put everything exclusively on the Discord. Good Lord, I do not want to log in with my Discord account and read through 72 channels and ask for help directly from a mod creator for a simple thing like a spawn command. Make a wiki or make literally anything on your mod page with a list of things so that I can just look up commands. I refuse to join a Discord so I can look up a spawn command for a creature. I literally just guessed and got one to work, and that's how I was able to make the new thumbnail that I have. Like, I will bite the bullet and do that if I absolutely must, but like, you get a serious negative mark from me if you just throw everything on a Discord and don't care about anything else. Discord's a great way to communicate to people that you're doing updates, that you're doing all this other stuff. It's a communication tool. It is not a wiki. It is not a repository. It is a communication tool. Do not use it that way, please. Agriculture does not sell pumpkins. What are you doing, my guy? How am I supposed to sell you pumpkins if you don't give me pumpkin seeds? Well, 2 agricultures, 2 survivals. We'll just keep running around, I guess. Kind of never trade either. 600 years. Ah, tree. Trying to read chat while also driving an elk. Try to boost your videos every way I can, but like I said, super tired lately, sometimes forget. Hey, it's fine. Honestly, I'm never gonna make success from one person. You know, I appreciate you doing the work, obviously. Like, it means a lot that you try to do that for me. But, you know, if people aren't commenting on it normally, it's not... There's something wrong with it, you know? It's a thing I need to improve on. And... like, I don't mean this in any bad way, but there are times when I read a comment, I'm like, oh, sweet, somebody, like, commented on the video, and it'll be, like, a person I know, and I'm like, thank you for your support. But now I feel a little less hyped because, like, it feels... what's the word? Scripted? Kind of. Like, I know it's not, because I didn't ask you to. You know, I didn't ask you to comment on it. You took your time. But, like, it feels like you're doing that just because. You know? It doesn't feel like I earned it. It feels like, well, you know me and you're trying to support me, so you do that. And not that I want you to stop if you feel the need to do that, but it does, like... kind of feel bad when you look at comments and it's like, well, these are all people I know, so I'm not getting any new audience members. I mean, I am, but not enough to get people to comment on it. Whereas, like, the first time I posted to YouTube, which was the Arctic Challenge, and that thing getting over 100,000 views in a month. Like, oh my god. I got so many comments. That was, like, I woke up every morning and checked my phone immediately and just went to YouTube Studio and was, like, reading comments and had a smile on my face. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is actually, like, a thing. I can't believe people like my stuff. Well, I appreciate you supporting me, hell yeah. I like your content too. I very much enjoy watching you scream in Subnautica. You don't really scream, but you shrimp up. It's very fun to watch you just go through the same expressions that I had. When you see something and you're like, what is that? What's that noise? I don't want to go out there. I don't want to do this. Like, when I see that, I'm like, it's super relatable, but I also just enjoy, like, the vibe that you have on your streams with the chill atmosphere. You can, like, play anything and people will come to watch you. You're not maybe, you know, like, extremely successful or whatever, but I feel like you get somewhat regular chatters no matter what you do. That's probably because you have a small community of people that actually just come and watch you no matter what you do. But it's like, you feel like you could go do anything with the way, where I feel very locked into what I have to do. Like, if the Subnautica thing is, oh, all right, that video is doing okay. But my other two that I took some time editing, doing those challenges, they didn't do as well as Vintage Story did. And now I feel somewhat locked into just doing Vintage Story content, which is concerning when Subnautica 2 is coming out and I really want to do stuff for that. I don't just want to play that game, I want to do challenge runs of it. And I want to, like, stream it and play it, but it feels like my audience is pretty much just Vintage Story right now. The art comments, yeah. The art friends comment, wow, this is really great work. You're like, I like your work too, friend. But, like, yeah, you're really hoping that you get a new person to actually interact. Yeah. Died way too many times in the Mercury 2, got frustrated. Just try to be the second screen buddy for people to work along and play along too. Like, yeah, your streams are very chill. You have such a good vibe for that. I feel like my streams are very, I try to be a little bit more active and engaging, where, like, you can listen to me if you want, but I try to, like, I want my chat to, like, chat with me, and I want to talk about deep, riveting things. I want to have real conversations with people, so it's a lot less like, hey, just throw me on in the background. It's more like, tell me about your life. What's going on? What do you do? Not everybody wants that, though. Well, we seem to have struck out on a trader having a recurve bow. Do I just go buy a longbow? I probably just should, honestly. There's not that much difference between a recurve and a longbow. But, like, I can make a longbow. I don't need to go buy one. I'd rather go buy a recurve, but I don't want to wait for the longbow to cure either. Also, it takes fat. I guess I have a bunch of beeswax. I could use that. It doesn't only take fat. It can take beeswax. But I got a bunch of other things that, like, I'd have to craft with that. It's just, I want the thing now. I don't want to wait. I gotta get back to the devastation. I cannot make one because I am not a hunter. I am a tailor. You need to have the trait, don't you? Or did they change that? Yeah, Bowyer. But you don't for a longbow. It's one of the hunter's unique things. But you know what? I've got something that a hunter doesn't have, and that is free tier 2 armor that I can repair whenever the heck I want. That's better. And I get to make sewing kits. And honestly, I kind of prefer it. Like, I wasn't sure that I would like the tailor when I first started because of the weak everything, but once you get established, the tailor's a really nice class. It could be better. I'm not saying it's, like, good. But the early game, it's bad. It really is. But once you have flax, tailor is better in most respects. The only thing I miss from the hunter is the movement speed. And the clockmaker just needs a buff, like, all the way around. Wish the clockmaker had some, like, extra damage against the rust creatures or something. Not just extra melee damage, but, like, extra damage in general or something. I don't know. Or, like, craftable temporal gear that's half as good as a normal one or something. I need more water. Dang it. How far did I make it in there? I was in the tower. I got the ability to switch back and forth between time, which was cool. I got... I want to say halfway, but I really can't tell. I thought it was halfway. Probably 4 or 5 floors up in the tower. My biggest thing is I don't know how to progress the next thing. I just can't figure out the puzzle at the moment. It was late, so I had to stop the stream anyway. And my food was starting to rot because it didn't have proper storage for that. Oh, it's 6 in the morning. Wait. Did I sleep? I just, like, I don't remember sleeping. Did I actually just sleep? Heck, go in there. Actually, no, you were right, game. Silly me for doubting you. Goodbye. Charcoal. Should have checked that out. I think I slept. 84%. So yeah, this will be the last firing before steel. Where did this extra torch come from? Where did I yoink this from? Oh, I'm keeping it on me because I'm gonna take this with me. Right, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I play commoner, don't know why, maybe because I'm scared of new things. Yeah, I got the elevator for each floor, so I can go up to like floor 4 or 5 wherever I'm at, but I don't it's the puzzle part of that that is puzzling me. I don't quite know where they want me to go. It's not intuitive just based off of looking at it. Feathers. Feathers might be a problem. I didn't think about the fact that I need feathers. I don't have a chicken farm here, but do I have feathers? There are chickens walking around, kinda. I could go hunting for chickens, I guess. If I want to have a chicken farm proper, I'll just go back to my other base and grab my Generation 10 chickens. Which I might do, but not today, because that'll take the entire stream to just go back. Well, maybe not the entire stream, but it'll take a long time. To go back, grab chickens, and try not to let them die, it's probably not worth it. Can you buy feathers from a survival trader? Any piglets? No. Not yet. Still angry pigs. And then my little water deer that I will never let get away. Poor guy. I want to keep him as a pet. I don't have any cob. Really? Stop falling. Ah. I guess I'm gonna go hunting for chickens. They should have some around here. I've seen them before, and I've got this pit of a bunch of other stuff, but if chickens fell down here, then Fox would have eaten them by now. Oh, chickens. I wish to be friends. Maybe they got eaten. Sometimes you have to do things while doing other things, like making a jump into a void and just hoping that when you go through time, you stick the landing. Yeah, that's real cool. I had stuff to say about that. I did not enjoy that. I went into creative mode to test to see if that's what I was supposed to do. Because I thought it was, but I was not going to die just to see if that's what I'm supposed to do. I can sell feathers. Oh! Recurve bow! Well, he just reset his shop. I still have my gears on me. Oh, we might be able to do dog trade. They also sell some arrows. Black bronze spears look really cool. I bet that's a pain to smith now, though. Salt? I haven't found salt here yet. Recurve bow. Lucky me. Well, there used to be chickens out there, but there's a bunch of wolves and bears and stuff out there too. There used to be chickens over here. Yeah, chickens are being quite annoying. When I didn't need them, there were like 12 of them running around, I swear. Tons of chickens. Now, not a single one. Oh, let's not do that. Let's so not do that. Let's not do that so much that we just go ahead and do this. I don't even care what's down there. Chickens, where are you? Stop being chicken. Dear treasure hunter, do you wish to partake in dog trade? Because I have a really good deal. You do not wish to partake in dog trade. Though I can sell you the recurve bow that I just bought. However, that's a loss, definitely. Farming or neither of those are really that great. I didn't know you could sell longbows to him. Maybe that's a trade in the future. If I have any extra leather laying around, I could just make a bunch of bows and then check him every once in a while, see if he's got anything he wants. 0 chickens. Well, disappointing. Tons of pigs, though. Ever since they did the pig update, they're everywhere. Literally everywhere. Voodoo deer? Voodoo deer? That's what they're called? Poodoo deer? They're cute, too. Chickens. We got foxes. Well, no chickens. It's gonna be hard to make arrows with no chickens. Maybe I can make some on the way. I gotta clean out my path too. Darn collapse. Is there a freaking... Why am I hearing the sound of a, whatever they're called? Takins? 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 They're not Takins. I think they're called Takins. Well, I guess I take this up. I haven't used this in forever. I gotta fix my problem. I can hear one, though. I don't think that's my farm. It might. It just seems like they're on the other side of this whole thing. They're like over here. That seems kind of far for me to be hearing them that loud over here. So I feel like one had to have fallen somewhere, because they do spawn here. That's how I trapped them, so... Oh, what the... Game! I was crouched. Why you do? That wasn't supposed to happen. I guess with stairs, you can't crouch walk. Okay. No landslides. We didn't fall. Mental note. You can't play the ledge game with stairs. Got it. Don't do that. I almost did it. Weird. Well... it feels like there's one of those things trapped somewhere it shouldn't be. It could be a little different. It could be, you know, they're actually just the ones in the pen. I don't know. That my shovel? That's the pickaxe. Shovel. Okay. It's gonna go get wood, but now I'm about dead, so I probably shouldn't go out on a large adventure if I'm trying to heal over time, which it is noon, so if I just stay around my base and take it safe and not sprint over the edge, we should be okay. I like walking over this edge and seeing the pigs just laying there. They look like they all died. Like I got struck by lightning, but they're fine. They're pigs. They're just doing their thing. Ooh, the cherries are blossoming. So pretty. I love my cherry trees. The best thing. And all of my water blocks are doing the thing. Nice. All the ice is melted. We have water once again, how it's supposed to be. I think this can be fixed real quick. There we go. You have to update the water, which is a weird thing to say, but if you put like a something in there that's not a solid block, like a torch holder maybe might work. Well, no, because there's farmland. You know what does work? I've done this before actually. You break that and then you put something underneath it, boom, fixes the water. Now I no longer have to worry about watering these as much. Not that I don't want to water them because they'll grow faster, but too cold. What do you mean too cold? There's no way. All right, do I bite the bullet and break the rice now? Because it's just gonna take so long to grow. I feel like I do. I might not get the seeds back, though. That's the scary part. No. Yes. Okay, we're down one. I can live with that. One seed. Souffle? No. 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 Stay. That's rye. Rice. That's what I want. There. There's no way it's too cold now. It's May. Flax. Whatever. Flax is flax. I don't care about that being cold stunted. This is all fine. So, yeah, I don't care too much about the flax. That need... Wait, yeah, that needs an update. I was gonna say. Looking good. Yeah, I love my cherry trees. Even if cherries aren't that amazing as a food source. Maybe they got updated. I doubt they did. No, 40. They're still bad. But they're pretty. I don't need my watering can. Which one is the best fruit aside from breadfruit? I'm pretty sure pears and apples are the same at 100. I don't know about like mangoes, pineapples, and all that. But I'm pretty sure that most other things are at 100 for tree fruits. 80. Okay, not 100. Saguaro fruit is 60, which is nice for the desert. Breadfruit being 200 is ridiculous. Peaches are 80. Oranges are 80. Mangoes are 80. I think everything else is 80. Just spot being some. Yeah. Everything else is 80. Cherries are like 40, and I don't know about... I'm actually curious, it's not a fruit, but how are olives? 100. Okay, that's good. That's the same as every other vegetable. Yeah, pineapples are grown like pumpkins, aren't they? I think, maybe? Are they vines? Or they're similar to pumpkins because you have to slice them? I've never, ever gotten pineapples. $80 per slice. And a pineapple gives you 12 slices? Wow. Does your pineapple plant only grow one pineapple? So it's not a vine, it's just a small plant that gives you one pineapple? At least with olives, you have olive oil, which can be used for oil in anything that requires that. Only one fruit. Okay, well. Souffle, what do you have in your saddlebags? My armor. I think I'm gonna need a lot more than 27 iron arrowheads, but I also don't... what do I want to do? I might have to make a journey back home and try to trap my chickens. I could also harvest some of the chickens too and get feathers. I have a... Actually, I don't even need to harvest them. I have a whole crate of feathers. because chicken farm. So I'm not taking my gears. And I'm not taking the bow and arrows. I'll see if I can get chickens. God, I have to make a journey back to my old base. Like, it's not that bad in theory, but it takes a long torch holder, those can stay in here. I need where's my scythe? That's gotta be downstairs. Prospecting pick, there's my scythe. And shears. My shears are about to break, but that's okay. I also need to remember that I can't have these backpacks if I'm grabbing chickens. Do I have a second rooster back there? Or do I steal the rooster? Also, did I just hear a chicken? I swear, I was deep in chicken thought, and I feel like I just heard one. Maybe I'm having auditory hallucinations because it's on my mind. 8 days, 7 days. Take the 7-day ones. Two days in inventory. That's enough. I could probably make that work. I'm gonna go grab cattails and make more healing poultices. And then, make some reed chests. Let's do 12 horsetail. 91% with 11 each. That will probably finish. You know, it's funny. The desert challenge, when I was doing some test worlds, I found papyrus. But I've never seen papyrus since, and in that world, there was no papyrus. So, I've never made the other, like, reed baskets and stuff. Which is kind of funny to me that they're like, I see all this stuff, it's like, yeah, you can craft this with papyrus, and I'm like, how often does that become a thing? I know cattails don't grow where it's warmer, but like, I don't know, I feel like that's such a niche thing for players. Also, gotta deal with my nose. Be right back. I have returned with Kitty Cat. It's Gracie time. Gracie, what are you doing today? Do you have anything to tell your adoring fans? Gracie. We're gonna have to be patient until Helia's back. Looking straight ahead, it's so perfect. Gracie, what are you doing? Now? Hmm? The intense stare at the screen is the best thing. Over there. Oh. Kinda heavy, you know that? Kinda heavy. It's really hard to pet you when you're like this. Looking straight ahead. What do you want? You want up? Is that what you want? You want up? I can put you up there. I don't mind. Okay. Don't chew on anything, Gracie. Hey. No. Hey. All right. Kitty. Gracie, no. Do not chew. Hey. You're not even chewing, you're just brushing against it, but you're gonna break the cables. Hey. Stop it. Hey, I'm gonna get you. Yeah, that's right. Be ornery with me for a second. No. Kitty, hey. Gracie. Hey. Kitty cat, you're gonna turn my PC off. Do not. Fine. Okay. Jeez, Kitty. What's happening? Hmm? Girl. Okay. Back to the game. Cat break is over. Do not jump up there. That is not for Kitty Cat. You can be on top of the PC, which is already probably not the best thing, but you can't be on that shelf. You know better. Okay. Cattails acquired. 12 more healing poultices. Awesome. Souffle, am I gonna have to, like, put you in a pen? You seem to be going towards the garden, eating it all the time. Like, I know that you're probably hungry, but, like, I do find that a little annoying that the elk tries to sabotage you. Put that there. What am I doing, Gracie? Gonna jump down? Come over here, Gracie. Or that way. I mean, you're a cat. You'll figure it out. She's gonna look out the window. Oh, reed baskets. That's what I was gonna make. Pretty sure they don't. They do stack. Okay. Do you need to make them a trap? I mean, sticks aren't hard to get. I don't know where all my sticks went, but they're not hard to get. I'm pretty sure I have an entire crate of sticks, should I need them. Well, let's sleep and heal up, and then we gotta go right back to my old base. It's just down the road. Definitely not a half an hour journey. Maybe by the time I come back, I will have some piglets. Then again, maybe not. All right, away we go. The plan is every time I take this little path back to my base, I make small improvements to it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That. So right now it's doing all right. So we just take this all the way out through the forest. I'm so glad I did at least this part. Because going through that forest is a real pain, and it's been one of the things that I have not enjoyed about living right here, is trying to get through that mess. So now we're back out into a field, and my path has gone off track just a little bit. But then we get to these cliffs. Now what? That's kind of the problem. I'm back, but instead of feeding me, I fed the cats. Well, you missed Gracie time. No, she's back in her spot. I got water, blew my nose a couple times. Pet the kitty cat, all that stuff. That is illegal. Well, you see, it's not. Because, cats only cat on their own time. One cannot control a cat. He's not gonna like this staircase, but sorry, Souffle, you're just gonna have to deal with it. I should never miss Gracie time. I can't control when she decides to be, you know, in the spotlight. She was up, she was meowing, she wanted attention, so I brought her over. I wish I could be of further assistance, but, cat rules. I unfortunately cannot change those. He'll figure out the stairs. I try to make them too wide for each step, but I don't have the building blocks, and I'm not trying to build the world's best staircase here. I'm just trying to get up here better. He'll be fine, right? He's an elk. He'll figure it out. God forbid he have to actually deal with some natural terrain. Dirt stairs. Look at that. See, he's fine. He's fine. And all of that work just for it to immediately go back down, because this is the terrain I live in. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't like breaking your legs any more than I like breaking my own, but, kinda gotta do it. You got 30 health, that is a resource that needs to be used up. Not completely, but, a little bit. What the heck was that? Was that a wolf I just heard? They changed the doggo sounds. Oh my god, there's a bear. Go away. Chase the pig. Not me. You a cherry tree? Red apple. Okay. Oh, look at the petals. Look at the petals. Pink apple. Okay, I need to make a very dangerous animal pit because there are many of them. There's a bear and like 3 wolves. And you know what? Even a pig. The pig can go in here too. They're dangerous enough. I don't discriminate. You know what? We could throw foxes in here if they really wanted to be a little annoying. Sleepy! What's going on? Why does Twitch tell me that you're a possible ban evader? What are you doing in your spare time? I'm not done with the devastation. But I'm not doing it right now. So You have nothing to fear at the moment. I will be going back, but not for quite some time yet. I'm going back to my old base because I need chickens. Because I was making arrows, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna want a bow. Pretty sure. And I was making some iron arrows and realized that I don't have feathers. And then I went looking for wild chickens, and I don't have wild chickens either, so... Now I'm gonna go get my Generation 10 chickens from my old base and bring them over here. And now I'm making a bear pit because there's a bear and 3 wolves just kind of hanging out around here on my way to my old base. And since this is a journey I feel like I'll be making in the future, bear pit. As long as I don't get eated. If I die, that would be very unfortunate because my respawn is nowhere near here. So I really cannot afford to die. Yeah, it just literally says possible ban evader monitoring. I don't know why. So how does one get bear into pit safely? I do have armor. Hello, bear. He's not interested in me, but the moment I stay near him too long, he will be. Bear. Wolves, bear. Hello. All of you dangerous creatures. See, they're like not interested in me, and I know there's something, they patched something to make it so that animals aren't as aggressive towards you if they don't need to be. Like if they're not hungry. Hey, hey, you were chasing me. Come here. Yeah, that's right. I'll woo over here, please. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Can you jump over 4 blocks? Oh, not if you miss the jump. Not if you get your foot caught on a ladder. Okay. Okay, we got wolves in a pit. There's another wolf and there's a bear somewhere. And I am not faster than the bear. So, bear. I think he's over there. Where's that wolf? Oh, woof. Every time I say woof, I think of an old meme that's one of my favorites. There's a big dog, I think it's a Malamute, and the owners just say, "Don't woof," and then immediately it goes woof. My favorite little dog meme. Not even little dog, big dog meme. Okay, well, bear. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Be angry. Be angry. Be angry. It's fine. Just don't eat me. Eh. Hey. They made the bears so much more intimidating when they did this animal overhaul. They updated the way bears look, and they are terrifying now. They used to be, like, kind of cuddly. Cuddly, but with knives, and now they are just murder with fur. I don't know where the third wolf is, but you know what? It's fine. None of that matters. We're gonna go straight as possible, west, so that I can keep looking for my base. Oh. Oh, bear. And doggo. Oh, he on me. Switching to third person now. He gave up. Oh, bear. Excuse me. Where is... Oh, there's bear pit. Okay. Bear. 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 Oh, don't eat me. Don't eat me. Switching back to first person so I have better control. Come here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna ignore that, and that doesn't exist. Like all things with claws and teeth that want to eat you in this game, random holes with them don't exist. I can deal with wolves. Wolves aren't a problem. Getting a bit cozy in there. Yeah, it is, but, you know, you just make friends. You just make friends. Another one! I know I'm going through a thick forest, but another one, really? That's a problem. Brown bear, a black bear, and a pack of wolves walk into a pit. There's a joke in there somewhere. So how about fire? Well, right now I am stealing the tree because I think I'm gonna have to make another bear pit. I have to chop these down anyway. I don't want to make another bear pit, but that bear, like... This is the path I want to take to get back and forth between my bases. So just like the other one, I probably need to have some kind of pit or something. I also need this wood for my charcoal pit, but oh well. We're just gonna not worry about that. I mean, I don't need it. I've got a whole forest near me, but we will use it not wisely. Okay. That's a little more open, a little bit better. That's a big pine. I really don't want to chop you down, but I kind of gotta. Because I think, you know, I don't want the pit on the critical path. Demon, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How have you been, dude? You were doing a bunch of fishing and stuff when you were not last in here, because you stopped in here on Monday, but before that. Still going fishing all the time? Been a few weeks. Yeah, fair enough. The weather is very volatile right now over here. It keeps jumping in temperature quite a bit. I don't have my pickaxe. I can't do anything about this stone game. We're gonna have to make a bear pit that, it kind of wanders into. That's risen out of the ground. Yeah, the weather here has been really fluctuating. It's been like suddenly 70 degrees, then it'll be like 40. We got a frost advisory not that long ago. And now, like yesterday, no, Monday, it was like 73. I don't know my Celsius well enough to just say what that is in Celsius yet. I'm trying. If I had my phone, I could tell you what it is now. It is currently 9 Celsius, or about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's actually pretty comfortable. Like, it's a bit on the cold side, but I'd rather have that than constant freaking heat waves. Alright, this bear gets a fancy bear pit. One that says, "Look at me, don't go here." Is that a dog? No. Souffle. You're all stuck in the bush. I don't like that. Oh, bear. You die in anything under 60 Fahrenheit? Oh boy. We are not compatible, my friend. I die in most things over 60. 60 isn't that warm, but it's like the perfect temperature for me to just like... I can wear literally anything I want that day. Like, it's perfect for both long pants and shorts. Not short shorts, but shorts, I should say. I almost said short pants, but that doesn't make sense. I can wear... I primarily wear blue jeans or, like, khaki shorts. I am a style that hasn't changed since the 90s. I'm not a very fashionable person. If I get too cold, throw on a hoodie. If I get too warm, take off the hoodie. I don't know where that bear went, but he has a nice, wonderful home for himself when he gets around to it. Humid, hot day. Disagree. I cannot. A humid, hot day and half of my body sticks to itself. I can't. I also don't have any climate controlled anything in my house, so when it gets hot and humid, it's just hot and humid. There is no relief. You don't escape it, you just exist in it. And I know, like, over in Europe, air conditioning isn't as popular and stuff, so for non-American people, they're probably laughing, but, like, I don't know. I have a feeling your homes are built in a way where it's meant to be cooler naturally. This place is not, like, in any way climate controlled. It's cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Indoors. I have to have air conditioning or heaters if I want to live comfortably. It's an old place that I don't own it, so I'm not putting any money into it. I don't like bare woods over here. Oh, there he is. Oh, don't get me. I was just scouting around. I do not want you. That's why I don't like bare woods. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bad. Bad, 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 bad. Okay. Okay, better. Come here. Hey. Bear. Okay. Yes, better. I'm closer to the pit, so I feel safer. False sense of security. Hey. Where's my spear? You. Get over here. I am not going to chase you. You're going to chase me. This is the arrangement. This is the contract we have signed. You over here and me not there. Got it. Oh, he climbed the ladder. He climbed the ladder. No. 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 No, 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 no. No. How did you manage that? Okay, well, a crisis averted, kind of. Let's keep going. I just wanted... Oh, there's a trader out here. Hello. Question. Treasure hunter. Emperor gear. I'd buy that if I had the gears on me, but I do not. Not expecting a treasure hunter out here. Wasn't planning on shopping. Okay, so... I got a mark maybe up here. A little beacon thing. The problem with this journey is I never get back to my house the same way twice. Like, my first base, sure, but my new base, no. I'm always lost, and then I just use the map thing. And, oh my god, no. And then somehow I'm like, oh, I was like 300 blocks south of where I needed to be. Yeah, I'll have to actually clip that. It's been too long now, I can't. About an hour and 40 minutes in or so. Remember that. I'm gonna write that down. Clip it. Stream 1 hour 40. Then I can share my pain with the internet. That was terrifying. Like, seriously, if I died right there, that would have kind of been like, now what? Because my respawn is currently set to be a tiny little hut near the devastation. I have no way of getting home from there. I don't have a map. And when I die, I drop the map, so there's just no good way of dealing with that. Like, you're just kind of boned. Believe it or not, I was going to use ladders here, but it's actually safer to use... Oh, there's another bear. Wow. It's actually safer just to use blocks and fall down like this than it is to use ladders, because if you mess up the ladders, then you just fall. And you're just done. Let's try not to get struck by lightning, though. Primarily exist in basketball shorts and sweatpants. Yeah, fair enough. I can see how warmer temperatures would be great then, but I don't. Up here in Michigan, weather is, it kind of fluctuates a lot. That's kind of a Midwestern thing in general. But, it fluctuates a lot. And so I think most of us up here prefer when it's not too hot or too cold. I like it cold. In general, I'm a big fan of winter. But, if it's... like, it's a nuisance to be able to be like, well, what do I wear today? Well, yesterday I wore, like, a rain jacket and long pants and, like, you know, warmer clothing. And today I'm wearing just a t-shirt and the thinnest shorts I possibly can. Otherwise, I'm going to sweat to death. There's a, like, it sucks when the weather fluctuates like that. But I will also say that my body just rejects, like, massive, heat spikes like that. My mom has the same issue, actually. She gets swelling specifically in her feet. I also get it in my feet, but it's rare on me. It's actually pretty common for her. But when, like, there's too much stress or strain on our legs or feet, they just swell up, and heat has a lot to do with that. If it's really hot, they can't, like, keep cool very well. It's like bad circulation. And part of that is also probably the fact that I am overweight, so, you know, there's that whole argument, but it's also just a genetic thing. Because while I have been kind of overweight my whole life, I was also 18 when I went to Florida in the prime of my life. And my legs swelled up like balloons after walking for one day in Florida because of the humidity and constant heat. Souffle, up, please. You're going to drown. Go up. Thank you. Yeah, and to also be fair, being raised in the northern Midwest, it gets cold up here. So you get used to that too. I don't live anywhere where it's super cold. In Michigan, if you live more towards the northern peninsula, the upper peninsula, or if you live, you know, like in the upper peninsula, it gets cold. You are more north in Michigan if you live up in the upper peninsula than like 90% of the residents of Canada. Because most Canadians like to live in Ontario or Quebec or British Columbia. And they tend to live in the most southern parts of Canada, and the upper peninsula actually reaches into like the middle parts, sort of. Not quite the middle, but like it's up there. The border between the United States and Canada is very funny right there, because there's a big jagged line that grabs an island in the middle of Lake Superior called Isle Royale or Isle Royale, depending on how you want to say it. We just call it Isle Royale. The US just wanted to claim that. But like Isle Royale, I believe, is much closer to Canada than it is actually Michigan, which is very funny. We were just like, and we'll be taking that too. And somehow the Canadians were just like, fine, whatever. Of course, back when country borders are made, I don't think many people cared in Canada about that stuff, because I don't know when Canada was founded, but I'm assuming it was mostly still fur trading for a long time, and logging. So at that point, you don't really care if you can't cut those trees on the middle of an island in the coldest lake known to man. You'll just go get the trees that are on the other side of the water and not have to have a whole ship. This is why I hate this journey back to base number 1. Especially at night, when you can't see anything. It's just breaking legs simulator all the time. And then, like, lake simulator. Jagged mountains going really high up, and then big puddles of water. Let's go see about this trader here. This is off the path a bit, but it's fine. When the weather gets cold and dry, I can't survive more than an hour without moisturizer. I've never used moisturizer once in my life. That's not entirely true. I use it very rarely. Like, I think I've used it a half dozen times in my life, and that's because I wasn't wearing gloves or anything. It was cold and dry, and my skin actually chapped. Treasure hunter. We'll rest until it's just barely morning. My hands sweat constantly. All the time. I didn't mean to attack you. I meant to get up. Get out of the way. I always run warm. My body just naturally runs warm. My hands are sweating. Of course, I am gaming, and it's touching a mouse, which, you know, skin to plastic contact with no ventilation, yeah, will cause sweating. But also, I'm just naturally a warm person. my house regularly sits at a nice, comfortable 68 degrees Fahrenheit, I would say. That's usually where I keep it. In the summer, it goes to 72. And I'm sorry, Helia. I wish I could convert. I'm not good yet. I want to give number that makes sense to you. Curse freedom units. Celsius. I would have guessed somewhere around 20, but I wasn't confident, so I wasn't even gonna do that. Let me out of here. Souffle, go. Up, up. Yes, good boy. Okay, jump. Okay, you were supposed to land in the water. That's okay. Now, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Up. Yes. Yep. And across. Yep. Uh-huh. And over. And this terrain is so awful. One of these days, if I'm not busy and I just feel like playing Vintage Story and just chilling, I will come in here and I will make another super highway. But that will probably be off stream. Between 20 and 25. I feel like that's a bit on the warm side for me. That's probably somewhere between 68, since that was 20. And I would guess 78-ish? 80? Is what that converts to. 80's too warm for me. Like, I can do it, but I have to be wearing cool clothes, and I have to not be active. I will never run when it's 80 degrees out. I will never, like... I won't sit outside in the sun. It'll be like, yeah, I was in my car with the windows down. I sat in my house with the windows open and fans blowing, maybe. That's still warm. That is, like, still uncomfortably warm. Like, I will be sweating, doing nothing inside my own house. Because, again, no climate control. I do have a window air conditioner that I can put in. I really need to take that apart, though, because window air conditioners have a pretty bad problem of mold growing in them. Because of the condensation from the air conditioner running and cooling everything else, it condenses a lot, and then that water just stays. It doesn't dry. And so you get mold. And I have noticed mold growing in my current air conditioner. And I don't want to have that. So I need to go through, I need to rip the whole thing apart and scrub it clean, probably with bleach, before I use it again. And I'm gonna have to do that soon because it's already May 6th. And it's gonna get warm by about June. I was talking about my air conditioner. My air conditioner is a window air conditioner, and because of how air conditioners work, it gets mold. Not like it gets it like, oh, I have to worry about it, but like after a year of use and then throwing it in storage, you do have to clean it. If you don't, then it will get mold. And then the next year, when you start it back up, you just inhale mold, which is great for the body, as we've all discovered. That's why homes never get checked for black mold, because it is good. Extra, I hesitate to say protein, because it's not a protein. Mold is a fungus? Is that... It's not a vegetable. In Vintage Story terms, it's a vegetable. Is... Fungi? What are... Fungi are, like, they're a microscopic organism. They're their own classification in real life, but, like... What is a mushroom considered in a food group? Is it considered a vegetable? By definition? Because, like, that feels wrong to me. Culinarily, yes. Really? So what is the culinary definition of vegetable? Because, like... That's weird to me. It doesn't fit into any other group. It doesn't really fit into vegetables either. That my argument is, I feel like, you know, it's a fungi. You're eating a fungus. It is its own classification. Not that we eat many funguses for food, but yeast isn't a vegetable. What is yeast? It is a baking good. It's a leavener for bread, but, like, it's not a vegetable. What classifies a vegetable? Today on Night Wraith Gaming, we ask the real questions and make you go through existential crisis of not knowing how to properly categorize and name your food. While I break my elk's ankles. Yeast, molds, and mushrooms are biologically fungi. Yes. Yes, they are. But how classification food-wise, I feel like we should not be, you know, just lumping that together, right? We should be... They're not vegetables, but mushrooms are vegetables, culinarily speaking. Feel like that's wrong. Yeast isn't a vegetable. It's a fungus, just like a mushroom, but it's not considered a vegetable in culinary terms. So... it would be considered, in culinary terms, a leavener. For bread making purposes. But why is yeast not considered a vegetable then? What is the culinary definition of why yeast is not a vegetable? Why mushroom vegetable? Some person on YouTube is gonna be in culinary school. They're gonna watch this video someday in the future, because this will be posted as a VOD. And they'll comment, they'll be like, culinary expert here, chef here, insert food career occupation here. Let me tell you, I've just completely gaslit the culinary community. Semantics 101. I mean, look, I'm just saying that if it is biologically speaking a fungus, And certain foods are biologically speaking vegetables. Because I'm pretty sure that's how we classify things. I mean, obviously they're plants and whatever. We have definitions of what is a plant and what is a fruit and what is a flower. We have identified mushrooms and yeast as fungus, but then in culinary terms, we're just like, that fungus is a vegetable. No, it's a fungus. The real question is why. I would assume it has something to do with dating back to ye olden foraging times, where, you know, we just kind of picked things off the ground and ate it, and so everything that was sweet was a fruit, and everything that was not was a vegetable. Everything that was edible but kind of different in some way was a vegetable. Although one could argue what is sweet, because carrots are sweet but they're a vegetable. I ask the questions, I do not get the answers. Yeah, tomatoes are vegetables culinarily, but that's wrong, right? They're supposed to be fruits. The culinary community has cursed everyone with accepting that tomatoes are vegetables, but then when we're told they're fruits, we immediately go, no. They're vegetables. But we only think that they're vegetables because we were told they were vegetables because of the culinary community. You know what? So chefs are the problem. That's it. We have come up with the thing. All chefs are a problem. They are confusing human society. Definitely not the scientists, only the chefs. All fault and all blame lies with the chefs. Take that, culinary community. Mic drop. Pumpkin is considered a vegetable despite being a fruit. That legally mushrooms are vegetables in regards to food service. Interesting. Why is coffee called a bean despite it being a cherry? See, now we're asking the real questions. Who in the world considers tomato a vegetable? Like most people, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna make that, like, yes, most people hands down, but like, it was for a very long time taught in cooking and everything, cooking shows, cooking everything. It is a vegetable. It is always paired with, like, lettuce as part of a vegetable. Salads are only vegetables until they went all weirdly new age with it and we started throwing nuts and berries and stuff in them. But, like, a house salad was like, yeah, you got your cherry tomatoes or just tomatoes in general. You've got your lettuce. You've got your carrots and onion. All vegetables. Bowl of vegetable. Does that fruit thing where it spews juice everywhere? I mean, that just kind of depends on the juiciness of the thing you're cutting into. A potato can leak its juices if you squeeze it hard enough. I've definitely cut potatoes before, and like the juices from that will hit the cutting board or countertop or whatever, and then because there's a weird oxidation thing that happens with potatoes, it turns black. So you have to really scrub it, otherwise your counters will be stained black from potato juices. Not that you wouldn't scrub it anyway, but like you have to be careful. If that juice gets on there and you notice it turning colors, you have to like take care of that immediately. And if you make like your own hash browns and stuff, you have to put them in salt water. I think that's brining them. I don't know if that's the correct term. But you have to put your potatoes in salt water, because if you just throw them in the fridge, they just turn black. Something to do with the oxidation process. Ever got onion juice spat in your eyeball by your onions? Yes. Doesn't make the onion a fruit. My world is crumbling with the tomato being a vegetable. I would say, like, you're correct. It is a fruit. But, like, culinarily speaking, for decades, for probably centuries, it has been considered a vegetable. It was only, like, even when I was growing up in the 90s and 2000s, it was commonly accepted to call a tomato a vegetable. In fact, I still, to this day, keep referring to it as a vegetable because that's what I was raised with. That's like just how it was. It's so ingrained into me to call it a vegetable. Even though I know, scientifically speaking, it's a fruit. It just doesn't feel right, because I bet you can open up an old cookbook, find, you know, a famous cookbook, the Betty Crocker or something, and look for a recipe for some old thing. You know, it could be an old cookbook from the, you know, early 1900s or something. I bet if you find a recipe that uses tomatoes, it will somewhere call it a vegetable. Maybe not in the recipe itself, but like in like any text about like, this is a great vegetable dish to serve to your family at Christmas, and then recipe. Like I feel like you'll find that. Oh yeah, let me have a banana and tomato in my fruit salad. Yeah, tomatoes belong nowhere near fruit salad. That is absolutely 100% correct. I think the reason why stuff is defined culinarily that way is because of the flavor. A mushroom is a very earthy taste. You know, tomato is not sweet. It is a... I don't know what flavor you'd call a tomato. It's kind of earthy, but not. It's sort of citrusy, but not. It's not tart, because it's not sour. Savory? Savory maybe, though savory I feel like is more of a... How do you define what is savory? It's kind of sweet, but also kind of sour. It's got a really strong flavor, but not strong in any of the other particular ways, I think is kind of what makes something savory. I remember this mountain now. I have to go around this mountain. The mountain almost looks like it's, like, shaking a fist at me, or waving, I suppose. It's kind of odd. It also looks like something else that I won't mention, but... I like to believe that it is instead not that. It is shaking its fist at me. Get back here! Or something. Rhino horn, that also works too. That's not where my brain goes. My brain has been tainted by the internet. No. Nope, not down. Okay. Pie. 7% spoiled. Whoops. Well, food might be a problem. Because we're not even back to my base yet. I spent too much time trapping bears, and I should have just not. That's okay, I can hunt something if I need to. Believe I can just start heading this way. There's my little hut. Okay, so now we just gotta follow my path once I find it. There's a beacon. I don't have a path carved out here yet, so I can't exactly just get on a path, but I have a path close to this. No! Out. Get out of that. God, I saw that and I was like, it's gonna fall on me. I knew it. Savory is a complex combination of flavors. I'd also say with that. I'd also need to keep scrolling. I'm gonna argue that a tomato can be seen as umami. I don't even know how you say that. Umami? Mommy? I think it's umami. I don't know. That's Japanese. I don't Japanese. I like anime, but I'm a heathen that watches dub and not sub. Because by watch, I mean I throw it on my second monitor and play games like Vintage Story instead. I don't actually watch. And I will not learn Japanese to watch a TV show. And yes, that's blasphemous to call anime a TV show, but that's essentially what it is. Be right back. Gotta talk to my local bird. What does that mean? This has been a very fun conversation, very fun stream. The gaslighting the culinary community was not on my bingo board of things to do on stream. God, it's already approaching 3 o'clock. How is that how is it already approaching 3 o'clock? I want to stream longer, but I kind of can't. I mean, I probably can do a little bit longer, like 3:30. It's 2:45 now, so maybe 45 more minutes. That sucks. I don't think I'm gonna go to the Devastation today. This took a weird turn into now getting chickens instead of going there. I feel like I just got here and it's actually benefit. Exactly. Like when I last looked at the clock, it wasn't that long ago. I swear. I last looked at the clock and it was like 1:15. I was like, all right, I still got like a couple hours. I'll just get back to my base. My first base. I'll just go back there and I'll just grab my chickens and come back. And then I can go to the Devastation. And instead, I really don't think I've been, I don't know, I'm halfway to my old house. That's the worst part about all this, is I have so much more to go. Though it should be faster because this is my highway that I built. But yeah, I was not expecting this. Making the trip for chickens, but not steel. I did make the trip for steel. I have my steel manufacturing at my other base already. I have made this trip 5 times, I think. Once for boars, because I had just started a pig farm and then realized I had to move my entire base. So, well, not just started, but I was like Gen 4 or so. So, I've done the trip for boars. I've done the trip for steel. I've done the trip for elf hammers. I'm doing the trip now for chickens, and I think I made a second trip for just general materials. Like, my first trip, I brought everything I could possibly bring with me. I brought, like, steel ingots, iron ingots, like, my steel tools, my temporal gears. Not all my temporal gears. Actually, that's something. I could loot my temporal gears at my other base. I've got, like, 15 of them. Or something, so I should be able to grab those. That would help with the story stuff that I'm dealing with. Not doing anybody any good over here, but I grabbed some temporal gears. I grabbed I don't even remember, lanterns, maybe, like a bunch of basic things that I wouldn't want to have to remake. When I came back for the Hellhammers, I brought my boiler back, so I didn't have to remake that. I think the first trip was mostly like metals and stuff, and then I went back and grabbed the rest of my metals. Not like all my metals, but like, you know, metals that mattered. Steel, iron to get me through a couple years. Copper, bronze stuff. I think it's been 5 trips, including this one. How do you transport boars that far? You grab the piglets and hope that they don't starve. Which is what I'm gonna do with the chickens. But that's sort of the tricky part, is as soon as I grab the chickens, I have 1 day to get all the way over to my other base. So, the way I have been doing this is I've been going from my base to the Devastation, and then from Devastation to base number 2, and then the reverse when I was trying to go back. I feel like what I'm going to do is take this path all the way from base 1 to where it ends this way, because the village that I live near, and I get a map to the village, that is, I think, latitudinally, I don't think that's a word, but it is in the same latitude-ish as base number 1, where base number 2 is. So I really just need to travel, like, straight east. And I do go a couple thousand blocks north to go to story location 2, because I have a map for that, when I feel like I should just go straight east. I shouldn't go north, because I'm pretty sure I go north and then end up going south. So, like, I'm doing double the work. I think I have to go, like, 2,000 blocks north, and then I end up going 4,000 blocks south. So if I just go straight east, I can go 2,000 blocks south, and I'll be where I need to be. Which means that the journey back is, gonna be a different path than what I've taken this whole way. Eventually, I do want to build... like, if I need to keep taking this trip, I do need to build, like, a better path system through all that, but for now, because I'm going to be bringing back chickens and I have 1 day to do that, I'm just going to book it. I'm going to go straight there. I'm not even going to go off course. And I don't care if it's day or night. It doesn't matter. I don't have time to waste. I might even have to grab my cheese that's at my old house, so that I don't have to worry about food. Because the good thing is, when you're riding the elk, you don't have to really worry about your hunger too much. It's when you are running around doing other things when you have to worry about it. So a full bar should probably get me home. Return for the point of latitudinaliness. Yeah. Yeah. How was Bird? What bird? You talk to Bird? What bird? Who bird? The other thing, Sleepy, is if I absolutely must when I'm traveling with a creature, is you put them in a trap. If you ever want to do this yourself, know this. Generation 5. That's the number you want if you're going to transport any creature at Generation 5 or higher. Any creature from location to location, because apparently, and I didn't know this when I did this, you can just take a Generation 5 creature that fits in a trap, so like a Generation 5 piglet or a you know, chicken or something. You can just grab it. You do not have to actually bait a trap and try to trap it. I didn't know that, so when I did the journey and I had my Generation 4 piglets, the problem that I ran into was then having to re-trap them because I couldn't make the journey back in a day. And of course, they run away, and then, you know, you have to actually get stuff that they want to eat, and then when they eat, you have to hope that the trap works and actually gets them. Like, apparently, at Generation 5, you just grab them and put them in a basket. You don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to do that with the chickens, hopefully. And if I have to set them free, then I should just be able to, like, dig a pit, set them free, then put them right back in the... Well, they actually... So the way that works, too, I'm a little incorrect. They have to be out of the basket for a period of time. The timer resets, I think, a 1-to-1 ratio. So if they have a day before they'll die being in captivity, you have to let them out for at least a day if you want to get that day window of time back. Which I didn't know either until my piglets that I was transporting had like 5 hours left, not 24 hours like I was expecting. Generation 5 creatures really aren't that bad, especially it depends on the creature. So boars and chickens, not bad. When boar gives birth, they give birth to like 4 pigs at a time. So you can easily have a huge number of pigs and more hide and meat than you know what to do with. Chickens kind of the same, you know, they hatch multiple chicks at the same time, so you know, really your big handicap for that is a rooster, which I don't think I have a second rooster at my other base. I thought I had 2, but I may have killed one because I didn't need to. Another thing, for chickens specifically, if you get them to generation 10, roosters will no longer fight each other. They will otherwise. Oh my god, bear! Go away. I forgot there's a bear that likes to frequent these lands. But yeah, so at generation 10, chickens don't fight each other, so you don't have to worry about roosters pecking each other. And that is a thing. They will actually peck each other until one dies, which is a problem if you're trying to get better generations. Goodbye, Shiver. We're just gonna go right on past you. Act like that wasn't there. Lucius is the bird. Only have goats. Never felt like getting boars to your base. Yeah, goats are... I don't know about goats specifically, but I assume they work a lot like sheep, where they only have one. And so I have like generation 4 or 5 sheep at my old base that I don't think I'm going to transport because I only use them for milk. And at my new base, I have a new creature, a takin. I think it's a takin. What the heck? Oh. Mushrooms. They grew back. They also will produce milk. So they're my new dairy creature, and I can just leave my sheep here. How's everybody liking the new sheep models? I miss my big chonkers. I haven't really paid much attention to sheep. I've seen the new sheep around my old base, or my current base. I said old because that's the one I'm coming from, but base number 2 near the village, I can see wild sheep, but I don't have any. I've not been back to my base number 1 since the update, so I'm very curious to see how the sheep have changed. I did kind of like the old sheep model. They were quite large. They were like the size of the elk, just a sheep model instead. Right. This was a thing too. Fix real quick. That. There we go. All right. This path is so wild to me. That just went under a lake. Because instead of building, I wanted to have a flat path, just a straight, like, relatively flat path, no stairs for the longest time when I was building this road. Like, only ups and downs like that if it made sense. But not, like, go up over a mountain, go through the mountain. So when I started noticing the terrain rising, I was like, no. And I went right through it. That ended up going under a lake. Very funny to me. Also, I found out that with the 1.22 update, apparently fishing does not work in any bodies of water that were rendered before the 1.22 update. So it's not like, oh, they just added the functionality to water. It has to be like they are separate new water sources, new source blocks or something. Which, not that I mind much, because all my fishing experience is in the Ocean Challenge right now. You kind of live off of fish, which is why I waited for 1.22 before doing the Ocean Challenge, because, well, it's fish. Like, I can't even imagine what Ocean Challenge would have been like before that. I wouldn't be able to do the type of challenge that I'm doing now. It would have been Ocean Challenge, but I live on land. Now I can do Ocean Challenge, but I have to spend the majority of my time in the water. Or underwater. The way I'm ruling the Ocean Challenge, just a, I guess, teaser for what's to come when I post it, should be posted sometime next week. The little teaser is that, the rule I have, I'm not allowed to live on the land. I'm allowed to live off the land. So that could mean physically, literally speaking, I cannot have a house on any bodies of land. I can make fires to like cook food if I have to, and I can like, you know, go cave diving or whatever on these islands that I have. But I can't build a house on it. And for a farm, I'm not allowed to build a farm on the land. Though there's nothing stopping me from making a giant land thing separate from the island by hand and having a floating farm, essentially, which is what I'm doing to have farming, because I want to build a sailboat, and unfortunately you need fiber for that. You need flax and linen and all that, so like there's no way to build a sailboat without having a farm. Oh my god, it's so misty. How do I even see? So that's the challenge rules I have for that. So my current house is underwater. It is in the ocean. Granted, it's not that deep underwater because temporal stability, having to worry about that, but I do plan on expanding it so that it will go deeper, and then I will have like the, you know, bedroom area closer so that I can not have to deal with temporal stability. I thought about turning temporal stability off for that challenge just so that I could live anywhere at the bottom of the ocean that I wanted to. But I ruled against it because I wanted to keep it as vanilla as possible. But I turned down the land generation and everything to like 0% land. 0% land scale, 0% like whatever, like super far land mass distance. So right now I only have a raft. And that raft has to get me from point A to B, and it takes a long time to sail that way. I miss this old house. Hi, pigs. They are definitely not happy with me. I really don't like that they're aggressive. Oh, let's see. Sheep. Yeah, sheep are no longer chonky. I miss my chonky sheep. They're also, I mean, sheep have always been kind of angry. Yeah, I miss my big chonkers. They were seriously the size of an elk before. It's fine, it works, it's fine, but okay, feathers. Just gonna grab those. Is there anything else I want from this base other than the chickens? I miss my study. I made this whole thing. I should have made the other bookshelf, but I didn't. I even chiseled this table with the little... the Horus statue in a music box. Wait. I don't think I can place that with this. I want to. Please don't break. I want this. Wow, that's taking a long time. Okay. Can I now place it here? No. Dang it. My plan was to have the music box on the table with the bird, but I can't. So, yeah, sad days. Oh, my oil lamps have changed. Automatically. I didn't even think about that. I hope they would leave them big, but add wool and spinning wool for the tailor. Yeah, they didn't. I wish. The tailor deserves more tailoring. Wool would be such an awesome addition to not be so dependent on flax. Haven't even bothered trying to fish. Our food is getting old in the shelves because I keep making so much. One wall full of taxidermy without having to travel thousands of blocks. Welcome aboard, Captain. I don't believe I have iron arrows. I do have a longbow that I made. My bear rugs. My mask and king, or whatever, king statue and forlorn hope reliquary. I don't believe I have arrows. I just have a bunch of clothing. That's most of what's left. Bonus parts, support beams, which are actually not bad because you need support beams for windmill stuff now if you're doing the big ones. Lots of metal. I didn't bother to grab any of this because I figured I could go mine it myself. Leather, lots of rusty gears. I could bring those back with me, but I think I took like half. And honestly, I'm already back up to like 50 after spending like 40 of them. So honestly, I don't think I need that. Lime, bone meal, I'm good. Quartz, I'm good. The parts, I think I'm good. I'm not gonna make any scrap bombs. Blue clay, don't really care about. Bauxite, don't need. Cobblestones, don't need. Birch boards, I'm using larch now. Granite stones, limestone, stone, flint, flax twine. I'll grab that. I don't need the birch. There's where my cementation furnace used to be. It looks so weird now. The lonely elf hammer that didn't quite make the cut because I didn't have the space. Oh, this fat all needs to be red. I'll cook that up. Iron blooms, bed. The better bed than the one that I have, I think. No, wait, I did make one of those. I still have Perry. That's good for another year. Don't I have a cooking pot up here? I gotta, right? Yeah, right there. 24 lumps of rendered fat. Yeah, I better cook that up. I have so many sticks at this base. I have flint arrows and bone arrows, but I do not have anything else. I feel like saying bauxite out loud alerts everybody on the subreddit. Yeah. Dog boy, what's up? I didn't have my notifications on, so I missed like 3 streams. Well, welcome anyway. I appreciate you stopping by, and I have seen your comments on my YouTube videos. Appreciate you commenting there. Welcome, welcome. We're just, we were gonna go do story stuff. We were gonna go to the Devastation, but now I'm running late on my stream. And probably not going to get to that today. So next time, Friday, assuming everything goes fine and I still stream on Friday, which I believe I will. Maybe hop in here if you can. Although those streams are later, so I wouldn't actually be starting my stream on Friday until like about an hour from now. I usually start those later. But in any case, if you want to see story stuff, I'm going to try to do that Friday, I guess. I was going to do that today, but I need chickens. My cheese, 2.9 years, just fine. Lots of rot, the remaining rot that... Oh my god, so much rot. Okay. Every time I visit here, I just start making compost, because one of these days I'm gonna come back and I'll be like, what else can I take? And I'll just grab, like, all my compost. It's the only thing that makes sense at this point. Because all this rotted anyway, so why not? This is also one of my favorite soundtracks in the game. I don't remember what this one's called. Nostalgia, maybe? A good one, if it is that. I almost like 2 stacks of fat spoiled because I forgot about the rendering. Yeah, this is my old base, so I haven't been here yet. And I got back, it's like, yeah, this is gonna melt, or rot. Not melt. And I was like, oh, that's the thing, right. Let's not lose... almost 30 fat. I love this base. I love this base. I miss it so much. Granted, I did spend like 5 of the 7 years here, but God, I love this base. Hopefully the other one will grow on me a little bit more, but I love my giant lake, which, you know, would be awesome for fishing, but I'm not allowed to do that apparently, because 1.22 didn't update existing lakes. But like, I love this location. Although they messed up the glass. I agree with you, Helia. Now that I've had more time to really think on it, I don't like new glass as much as old glass. I just started on the first 1.22 stream before I had to go do things. Happy to be here live, though. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. It means a lot to me to have people excited to see what's going on. Lots of sticks. Okay, small quality of life update. Can we please stack sticks to a stack of 64, not 21? 21 each is 63 sticks. And is 3 stacks. Why? They stack to 64 in your inventory. Just make a bundle of sticks. Or, in addition to that, please, bundle of sticks be a craftable bulk item. Hello, chickens. This is why we're here. I do have an extra rooster. Gen 11. Cool. So, if rumor is to be believed, I should just be able to grab one. I don't have any food. I mean, I could murder my chickens, but I feel like the better solution is to get rid of the angry pigs that I have way too many of in this house. So, let's grab the cleaver, and we're gonna make some meat stew or something. I guess I can make pie. This base still has grain. I forgot about that. Cleaver time. Avert your eyes. if you do not wish to see fewer pigs, I think we'll start with this. Ow. Well, now I know which one needs to go. I wish they weren't aggressive. I was hoping that with the patch that they did, that they would patch whatever is causing this. It's very annoying to have aggressive pigs that are generation 4. I hate the new class. I knew you would. Hey, more fat to render. And no inventory to do thing. So, I guess lantern and offhand. I'm sorry, pigs, but there's only like 30 of you. I think you can be food. Do I bother rotting the hides? I don't need more rot. They can just exist, I think. I've got plenty of pigs. I'm probably not ever going to move back here, so... Let's do the quick one and just render some fat, I think. It's gonna be the best solution. Stick. Do I make pie? That is perfect for pie. Okay, I have to make pie. Temporal gears, that would be great to take too. Souffle has inventory space, so I can make that work. When I'm doing grabbing flour before the flour starts to rot on me eventually. I only need 2 pies, so 8. Why am I doing this backwards? Why am I still doing this backwards? Okay. Oh, I got a text. Is it one of my friends? Nope, okay. I'm just checking to make sure that I'm not missing anything about tonight, my friends. I like the new oil lamps, though. I kind of don't know if I like that oil lamps are not able to be crafted through the through a bowl anymore. Cleaver needs to go back. That would... No, not shears, a cleaver. But you know what this means? I completely didn't even think about this. At my current base, my kitchen is in a really awkward spot. I can move the entire kitchen now, if I want to, because of the way you can now transport water source blocks. Like, that's not an official thing. Like, you can always do that with a bucket, but I mean, in wilderness survival, you're not able to do that normally. So now, being able to actually... I guess we're just gonna put that there for now, while I do this. There we go. But now I can actually do that in wilderness survival. Game, I would like to take... I think I only need, like, 3. I don't know why I grabbed 6. Ha, you just noticed the new stream layout? Yeah. Sorry, let me get back to chat here for a second. Favorite song is the fall theme. Yeah, there's actually two fall themes, but I think I know which one you're talking about. The longer one, which is really good. I like that one too. Yeah, the guitar part, that's awesome. The acoustic guitar in that one is very good. But playing a cold game has made me appreciate the Arctic more. That one's a great pick. Why, thank you. Late to reply because hand tremors are awful. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, just no. Yeah, stream layout. So, the stream layout changed because, well, so the reason why I originally did it was because I was streaming my Vintage Story challenges on Twitch pretty exclusively. But that was because I was going to then throw it on YouTube. So I didn't want to have my face in the YouTube videos constantly. Not that I think anybody really minds, but I figured it's better to see the gameplay and not my face at all times. So like the Arctic Challenge had my face in it. It's because when I was streaming, I didn't separate everything up. So for my future challenges, like the desert one doesn't have my face in it anywhere. And I did stream a little bit of that. It's because of how I had organized it. Well, I don't really intend on streaming the YouTube video challenges that I'm going to be doing for Vintage Story for a while. I am working on the Ocean Challenge, but that one is, I don't think, going to be streamed. And the next one after that will be a Jungle Challenge, which I also don't think will be streamed because Subnautica 2 will be out next week already. I can't believe that. It's a week from tomorrow. Not that I'm counting down the days or anything. But I will be streaming that. And then after that, I will be doing Outward. And so I need to beat this in the next week, or beat what I can. And I don't know how far the story goes, but I want to say that the story goes kind of to the devastation and sort of stops around there. So I will continue streaming this run until I've gone as far as I can go in the story, essentially. Because the goal of this was always to do the story with no map. It's only been 7 years. Well, 8 if you count year 0. So, yeah. But I've changed it up because for stuff like Subnautica, I won't be posting that to YouTube. That'll be a vanilla, blind, first-time playthrough of what's in early access. Then I'll do YouTube challenges. But doing the YouTube challenges, I'll just stream a different game, probably. The YouTube challenges, YouTube will be separate from streaming, mostly. So I've changed the orientation back, sort of, to how it was. But I am still keeping the little text up under me that says, hey, you like, come watch me on Twitch, because I'm still streaming to YouTube, but I'm not looking at any of the comments on YouTube anymore. The unfortunate thing about YouTube is it's just a real pain in the butt to actually do anything. I'm not getting great engagement over there for live streams. So, and my combined chat thing that I had before, which was great, it allowed YouTube to talk with the Twitch people. The software's fine, but it's not that great. And what really happened was Monday, after you had left, Sleepy, a bot came in here and was basically being super annoying, and I couldn't ban them through that chat. I had to go through the stream manager online or go through the Twitch chat here in order to do that. And that's kind of a no-no since I don't have moderators. I can't just not be able to do that. I gotta be able to do that. So, and YouTube, I mean, that's not really a problem. YouTube's moderation is strict enough that I think bots are less of a concern there, but yep, rooster and hen. Perfect. Get out of here, chicken. Lest you be thrown out into the cold for eternity. Da, da, da. 48 hours. They've increased the time. It's not 24 hours anymore. Nice. Well, I can definitely make it home now. Now that I've got food and I've got chickens, I'm not grabbing anything else. Maybe some temporal gears, I guess. Probably should grab a couple of those. Let's put the letter to the Lazarus there. I don't need that. Let's go grab 4 or 5 temporal gears. So, yeah, that's why everything changed, is because I don't intend on streaming my YouTube content for the time being. For the foreseeable next couple of months, probably. Just because, like, it's not really fun to make a YouTube video over your first experience on a game. It's fun to do, like, a review later. And I'll do subsequent, like, I'll get footage another way. I'm going to do more playthroughs for Subnautica 2. So I will definitely have the footage to write a review on after having played it a few times. And vintage story challenges will keep coming out as time permits. But streaming-wise, it'll be different. And I'll do different vintage story challenges that I may not post on YouTube for streaming. It'll be another, like, long-term challenge. Maybe not as long as this one, though. This one has taken quite a long time. But, yeah, it's fully my intent to kind of sort of separate the streaming experience from the YouTube experience. So it's in 2 parts. One, to encourage people to come over here and watch me stream if they want to see a different challenge that I'm not going to put on YouTube. And another, just because the management of dual streaming and posting stuff to YouTube and cropping out my stuff is, it's just going to save me a little bit of time for that, to not deal with that. So I will be reading chat here once I'm back on my road. Sorry for the long explanation. How in the world do you turn this many hours of streams into one video? Not for this one, I don't. This one, I've been streaming this world for a year. About. Where in a couple of months, it'll be a year of this world. So, this one will not. And that's sort of the thing, is no map challenge is exclusive to streaming. And it's also my first time experiencing the story. So, yeah, I learned a lot of, like, the stuff that I use in my YouTube videos from this world, and then just take them there. But then I also learn things from those challenges and use them in this world for whatever various purposes. So, like, Ocean Challenge has now taught me the mechanics of new fishing. And I've never built a raft in this world, and now I kind of want to when I next have a huge body of water that I want to traverse across, like the one that's by this old house. Because, I kind of like them. They're really cool, honestly. I've never built one before because I didn't think I needed a raft. Not that they're hard to make, but it was kind of like, get all this rope. And I'm like, why get rope when I can just not? I can just walk. So I did that. Because at the time when I would have wanted a raft was before I had my roads, and then that would have required flax or cattails, of which I wasn't completely swimming in. Now I am. So I never built a raft. But now the Ocean Challenge, I love my raft. I can't wait to have a sailboat, but that's going to take hours. I might not even get it done in a year, but I'm going to try. I think you need a lot of flax, though, and I don't have a lot of flax. And time's a wasting. So, yeah. Ocean Challenge. Still need to play Subnautica at all. It was fun watching Red Plague and prior Subnautica videos with no context. Yeah, Subnautica's a great game, Dogboy. If you are into what you've seen so far, general ocean survival underwater, it's great. It's a little scary. Helia has been experiencing that, but Yeah, Helia also streams. I'll do a shout out for Helia. They also stream. Currently, last couple streams have been Subnautica Below Zero. It's been fun watching the horror of discovering new things that are creepy. But yeah, I mean, it's a very good game. It may not be everybody's cup of tea. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Helia, but I don't really think you enjoy Subnautica. Like you enjoy it because you're playing through it and it is a fun game, but I don't think it's going to be a regular for you. For me, it's a regular. It's all day, every day. I love Subnautica. And Helia may not have been here for that. I didn't see that it said BRB. Personally, I'm really guarded about my first experience. I remember back in high school and read 1/3 of JoJo's without telling. My friend was super into it. Yeah. Yeah, when I do my first experience in a game, it's really... I want to share a lot of my first playthrough with people. And I'm opening myself up to the internet, which is a dangerous thing to do. But I want to do that for Subnautica 2. I just really hope I don't get people that come in that are like, "Oh, did you hear about this?" Like, no, I didn't, probably. I'm playing through it blind, and I want to experience it blind, because Subnautica 1, when I went into that, relatively blind. The only thing I knew about the game was, and it was spoiled because of basically the cover arts. Subnautica 1, it has the infamous Reaper Leviathan. And it is infamous. It's huge. It's on their cover arts for things. It is the first jump scare. I didn't know where they were, but I knew what they looked like, and I knew that they were big, and I knew that they were very loud and sounded aggressive. So when I heard the first spooky sound of a Reaper Leviathan in Subnautica 1, I knew what it was. Subnautica 2's poster art, there's been one dev stream thing that I watched where they spoiled a different Leviathan that they're going to release into the game. So I know about that one, but the main cover art for Subnautica 2 shows a giant squid. So we know that either story-wise or as a cool big Leviathan, there's going to be the giant squid. We don't know if it's going to be like there's lots of giant squids or if it's just one for story. I feel like the way they've been emphasizing it in trailers and stuff has been it's gonna be part of the story, that you will have to run into it. And like you're just gonna have to deal with it, whatever it is. I don't know how they're gonna introduce it, but we know that that's a creature, and it seems to be hostile from the trailers, because all the trailers show its tentacles reaching out towards the player and then fade to black, you know? So that's about as much as we know. I'm not dealing with the bear. Go away. That's about as much as I know from it, is some art streams and some dev videos and the trailers. And that's where I want to keep it, because Subnautica 1 took me a month, well, maybe not a month, a good couple of weeks with both me and my dad playing, handing the controller, a good old couch co-op, but single player. We were just trading the controller back and forth to each other. That's how we beat the first game. And that was an amazing experience that I'll never forget. In fact, honestly speaking, I would love to just tell my dad and be like, "Hey dad, May 11th or 14th, Subnautica 2. Take work off. We're going to play it," and not stream it. But my dad doesn't play much for video games anymore, and that probably won't be a thing. So I will stream it instead. Subnautica 2 didn't suffer from all the drama in the development. I don't think it will. If rumor is to be somewhat believed, Subnautica 2 was basically ready to go into early access when the drama started. From my understanding of the drama that went between the publishers and the dev team, Subnautica 2 was supposed to launch, like, what was it, October, maybe, of 2024, I believe. Maybe it was, no, maybe it's 2025. I don't remember. They've been in deliberation for a long time, so I forgot. But, when they were supposed to launch, it was like 2 months before that Krafton came in and was like, you guys aren't launching the game on time and you're not actually doing the thing. So they fired the CEOs and then everything went to court. So I'm hoping that by this extra time that they've had, I think it was actually supposed to come out end of last year. So this extra, whatever, 6 months, 8 months of time that they've had has just been them polishing and adding more things to it. So I hope it's better than it would ever have been when it launched before. The only thing that might suffer, honestly, I would say that I'd be concerned about would be story. Because it's not really hard to, I mean, I say this somewhat lightly. It's not hard to really write a new story and then be like, all right, guys, this is the story that we're going to tell. They did that for Below Zero, and it did suffer because of that. Originally, Below Zero's story was that you were on the research base, instead of your sister being there. And then there was a catastrophe that forced you into a life pod in the water. But feedback from that review was that people really liked the whole, like, they felt the opening was too slow because you started out in this research base. They had like a 5-minute intro where you had to like wake up, you know, I don't think you talked to anybody, but I think you like interacted with a few things, and then you went over to this thing, and then you activated this thing, and then there was an explosion and lots of things collapsed, and then you were in the water. And the feedback from that was, well, in Subnautica 1, you just literally fade to the game. It goes from black screen and fades in to you getting in a life pod, there being an explosion, and then you waking up and having to put the fire out. And now you're playing. Like, it was 30 seconds. And they changed it and ended up messing with a bunch of stuff that a lot of people were like, well, the old story was fine. It just took too long to get into. So, if anything would change, it'd be the story, and I feel like the gameplay wouldn't quite match the story. The story may have changed, like, if they had been trying to make this big squid thing part of the story before, and then new leaders come in and they're like, no, it's just gonna be a monster. Well, there might be some weird awkward stuff where the monster is supposed to do more than it actually does or something. Who knows? It's also early access still. It's not officially released in 1.0 yet, so there will be unfinished areas. There will be mechanics that probably don't work quite right. I'm hoping that, mechanically speaking, though, like base building and the co-op and everything will work. Because they've been bragging about this co-op, and they said they built it from the ground up with co-op in mind, but as an optional thing. So at any time, a person can just join, they can play, they can go do the story stuff with or without you. You would, you know, you're progressing the saves story. So if somebody goes and does the story, you should be there with them if you want to see it. Otherwise, you can have somebody do the story and then another person do the base building or collect the materials or whatever, you know? But it's meant for, I don't think there's any weird things. I think both players can just go anywhere they want on the map. Well, I think up to 4 players can just go anywhere they want on the map at any time and not be locked out of it. You'll only be locked out of what you're actually physically restricted to. Like, can you go that deep or not? That type of stuff. How far did I get so far? We are about halfway back to base. A little less than halfway back to base, I would say. But when we go, we have to go through a forested area that's one bridge wide, not two blocks wide. So when we do that, we'll be close to the end of the highway. But we have to go under the, we have to go past this trader, under another trader, and then I think we do that. So maybe we're a third of the way there. I'm not actually looking at the map yet. As I could. 15,000 blocks, so yeah, roughly half. I think it's about 13 from my base 1 to Lazarus, so it's a roughly 25 to 30,000 block distance. I didn't actually clock it from my old base. I should have. We're close to the Cuddly Bear Pit. No, not yet. Cuddly Bear Pit is actually a lot closer to my new base. That's only probably 2,000 blocks away, so we're a good 12,000 blocks away from that yet. But yeah, I'm excited for Subnautica 2, at the very least, to just have the co-op experience. There's a mod for Subnautica 1, and maybe also Below Zero, which allows for co-op, but it's apparently really buggy, and a lot of checks and flags can be broken. Unless you do everything together, basically. I think there's also, like, since one of you hosts, there's like a weird tether distance or something where they can't go too far away from you. Like, it works, but it's, they never intended for the first game to have co-op, and then it was one of the largest requested things. So here comes Subnautica 2, 3-ish. That has it from the ground up. So I'm very, very happy to see that, and I can't wait to get my friends in on it and be like, guys, this is the best game I've ever played. If you don't buy it, you're not my friend. I'm excited for my game that'll come out this month. It's Paralives, yes! You were talking about that a few streams ago. I looked into it, and I kind of already forgotten what it's about, but it looked interesting. Tell me about it, please. Because people have been looking forward to that for like a long time, and talking about it for a long time, haven't they? Our chickens. Chickens, 38 hours. We're good. Here's the wall. We're going to go around the wall and just go straight this way. And try not to fall into any pits or run into any bears. If I fall into pits, I don't have a pickaxe, actually, so I'll have to climb out of there with blocks and ladders. Life sim. With awesome looking build mode, a lot of features in the live mode that look really interesting. A life sim that's not Sims 4. That's right. Yeah, I do remember kind of putting that in my brain, being like, oh, this is a lot like The Sims. The team's super sweet. They hate Gen AI, and I love them for it. Small confession time. I may or may not have supported a software thingy that does do some Gen AI. However, I don't use it. It's part of the features that I get with the stuff that I intended to get. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. The Gen AI stuff it's for YouTube. So, I was, scouring the internet looking for ways to make my YouTube stuff better, to make my thumbnails better, to make my content better in general. And there's a product that came up. I won't name it, but it came up, and it, was talking about like things that it checks. It like searches YouTube for you and finds like terms and phrases and things that are very catchy and tags that are very popular, and things like that, so that you can use those for your videos and catch the trend, essentially, to increase the amount of views and stuff that you're seeing. One of the things they also had was a thumbnail generator tool, and it's not good, at least not for what I'm doing. So just for fun, I decided to test out on my Subnautica video, specifically the Red Plague one. No, wait, it was a different one. It was the one where I tried to do Return of the Ancients, but use a modded submarine that kind of wasn't that good. And with all the other restrictions I put on it, it wasn't fun. It's just called, like, Nothing With the Way I Planned or something, I think was the title of the video. I had it generate a thumbnail for that. And so I was like, yes, please, like, go through my video, come up with a concept of, like, what I was talking about, and then make me a thumbnail. And it made me a thumbnail that was a diver in an ocean with a weird submarine that basically just looked like a school bus. Like a yellow school bus that we have in America. I don't know what color school buses are in other parts of the world, but in America, they're yellow. And then because the title of the video was like, Nothing Went As Planned, and then my like text on my thumbnail was like, it wasn't fun. It was just a picture of basically an underwater school bus with a diver next to it that said, not fun. It was so bad. It was so bad. The other features I think I might get a use out of. The ones that are like checking for like trendy terms and stuff like that. Though the AI tool for that was not good for that either. I was like, hey, go through my video and come up with a title. And it was like, so let's use the Nothing Went As Planned example. It was like how I beat Subnautica Nothing As Planned. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. That's not even good. Like, what are you talking about? So I don't I don't really plan on using it. I paid for 1 month of it, and I'm going to use it for the like title and tag generations, not the thumbnail generation, because it was bad. But yeah, I'm going to use it for that, just to see what the trends are, and then I will cancel this. It's a subscription, but I've already canceled it basically. I haven't yet, but I'm planning on it. I was only ever going to pay for 1 month. And it was cheap, so it was like, look, I spend more money on that than, on food sometimes if I go out to eat, so I just I won't go out to eat. I won't spend that money. I can If it makes me make more money, great. If it doesn't, it didn't cost me much. That was my argument. Can we stop putting the theft machine in everything? I hate Gen AI. I really do. It doesn't look good 90% of the time. And when it does look kind of good, everybody uses it. And so, like, all of YouTube is just AI everything. I even watched a video that was like, YouTube editor, pro editor, interview with YouTube pro editor about how to make the best thumbnails. And the guy was like, yeah, so I just, I go to ChatGPT and I have it give me, you know, an idea for a thumbnail. I tell it, you know, kind of the parameters of what I'm sort of looking for. Then it gives me an idea of one. And then I go to, what's the other one? The image one that everybody likes. I don't remember what it's called. Starts with an M, maybe? I can't remember what it's called. It's big. It's like the second biggest one. And he's like, and then I go to that, and it generates an image that's actually so good that, like, it's too good because it has, like, wires in the background, and I don't want wires there. So then I go to DALL-E, with the ChatGPT OpenAI combo thing, and I have it generate an image that I use as the background, and then I up-res and add features from the other AI, and blah, 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 and I'm like, dude, so what you're saying is I don't make thumbnails, I throw it into an AI thing that puts out something, and I look for anything that's usable. That was the entire video, was this guy, that was his process, was throw it into AI, and take bits and use the lasso tool and cut out parts that are salvageable from AI. Like, what a crap thing to try to make it sound so good, but that is actually what you do, is you just rip out assets from AI and then make them more usable by adding filters. Like, that's why YouTube is plagued the way that it is. That's why every thumbnail is the same thing, is because that's what people are doing, and I'm trying to break that myself. At the end of the day, I need to make money, and I do not want to stoop so low as to using AI-generated things or gimmicky thumbnails. But I might have to get into gimmicky thumbnails if it actually shows results, and I hate that I'm actually considering that. Because, like, I don't wanna. But, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, I've been ranting for so long. I'm not reading chat. Let's hurry. I'm climbing the mountain, and now I'm falling down the mountain. Need to go up. More up. Still need to go up. And around this pit. And then over this mess. See, when I don't have a road, I can't read chat, so I actually have to pause the game to read. Give me one moment here. I want to read through them. Because chat is the reason why I stream. Up. 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 Okay. Over. Good. Yeah, all programs having AI put into everything, I hate it. I agree with that. School bus sub, yeah, it was very bad. My college professor's talking about how great Gen AI is if used right hurts. Yeah. So, like, that statement is one that you kind of can't argue with. If used right is a very loaded set of words. You know, it's like, if used right means the art that it's stealing from gets properly credited and properly, like, the artist gets properly compensated for it ripping off some of its art, then also it looking good and not just weird, trendy everything, then sure. if used right, is, I guess, good in that context. But, like, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. I wonder if we'll see a rise in Shutterstock and, like, all Pixabay and all those other stock photo things. Because people are like, you know what? I would rather pay a photographer or take a photo that has a watermark from a photographer that's willing to give up his art for free. I'd rather just have a watermark than use Gen AI. That might be something I test, honestly. That would be hilarious. If I ever get, like, big enough where I can just kind of experiment with thumbnails, I might just experiment with a thumbnail that literally uses, like, stock photos from an actual photographer, not somebody who's making Gen AI and throwing it on Shutterstock. But, like a photographer who's just like, yeah, I got a cool picture of, like, a sunset. I'd be like, I'll leave the watermark on there. I don't care that I got it from Shutterstock. I'll leave the watermark on there just because I think the market is rife with people looking for non-Gen AI everything. It could actually explode in a weird way because people will notice the one thumbnail that's not AI. Gen AI thumbnail saying not good is kind of telling. Yeah. That is funny, the fact I didn't even put that together. The fact that I was like, it didn't go as planned, and then it just was like, school bus underwater, not good. It's so bad. So bad. How are my chickens doing? They are fine. 32.05 hours more. They might be a little scared, but and waterlogged, but they're okay. AI for algorithm things is like fine, but becoming more and more regular, so blah. I agree. No, I 100% agree with that too, because like if you just like, so one thing that all these channels, when you look up like how do I become a successful YouTuber, you'll find like 4 or 5 different channels that keep regularly popping up. That's the type of content that they make, is content about making content. Meta content, if you will. And they'll be like, yeah, so what you should do is you should go to YouTube and just go to the homepage. And if you're trying to make a thumbnail, just compare your thumbnail to everybody else's. And if yours doesn't stand out from that group of, then you know, your thumbnail's not going to catch the attention and you're not going to have the audience. Good, like, advice in theory. But then what they're like is, and then what I'd love to do is I'd like to go to this tool, AI, that gives me a thumbnail and ideas for a thumbnail. And look at that. This was actually pretty good. No, it's not. It's, yeah. It also depends on the type of content that you're doing. So like for them, they're making meta content about how to be a good, successful creator. So when they use the Gen AI, they're using AI generated thumbnails in general. So when they make a new AI generated thumbnail, it just kind of looks like all the other AI generated thumbnails. They throw in a photo of themselves. The AI puts some like buttons or whatever around them, adds a little glow, and then they're like, cool, look at that thumbnail. I could use that right now. It's like, yeah, for your content, I do video game stuff. If I start using AI in Vintage Story thumbnails, which, that's a thing, you go look up Vintage Story on YouTube, you will probably see some AI generated stuff. I have. You know, it's like, well, yeah. It's everywhere. But it's the AI stuff is not going to work well for Vintage Story when you aren't giving a human character, because it doesn't know what to do with it. It doesn't understand. It's trying to draw in context clues, and when it sees blocky character, it's just like, what do I do with that? Doesn't know what to do. AI is getting scary realistic. Yeah, if you use the good one. Or good ones, rather, I should say. There's a couple that are definitely way better than the rest. Cannot forgive Gen AI for killing spell check on my PC and phone. True. I hate having to question everything online. True. God, I hate that too. Seeing something and being like, Mid-Journey, that was the one. Yes. Yeah, seeing something online and just being like, is this real? Can I trust it? Is very scary. I hate that I cannot just look at art and enjoy it anymore before doing a deep dive and looking up who the artist is. Yeah, no, remember the days just like 5 years ago when you could go to like a stock photo thing, like I was saying before, and just like get a picture and be like, yeah, a photographer took this photo and is willing to give it up for free. Like, so you had a watermark, but you knew it was a photographer, or you knew that it was somebody really good at Photoshop or something. It was never AI. Now half the stuff I go to, if I look up free, like audio free or license free audio for like YouTube videos and stuff, half of it's AI. And you can tell it not to be AI, but then like your results are just not as good. The AI music is actually not terrible. But, like, the simple fact that a person just went to an AI thing and was like, write me a song, and it did it, and they're like, cool, now I want to be credited and make money off of this. Like, I'm sorry, you didn't do anything, dude. I will not be crediting you for you punching in "give me rap song" on AImusicgenerator.com. It's infuriating as somebody who's trying to get into this like market. The only thing AI is good for is like image upscaling, to have a sharper image. I didn't even really consider that when I've been making my thumbnails. I usually just take assets from the game and try to make them look higher res. But upscaling is fine, even if it makes it weirdly not as realistic and it doesn't fit the style. It's a thumbnail. So, like, for example, the Red Plague, one of the thumbnails I saw was, like, the same monster thing that I used in my new thumbnail that I made, the one where it's, like, jumping up at the moon. Somebody took that and, like, hyper upscaled it so that it's, like, lighter in color. It's way more leathery. Just has a lot more texture to it. In the game, it's much smoother. And then the lighting is all weird on the image. And, like, together, it looks okay. That is a real creature in the game, not a weirdly generated creature. It's a real creature in the game that has just been super hyper upscaled, and the background might be AI. General water background. For background stuff like water, I don't think I care too much about AI. But whenever it gets into, like, actually making a good looking thing that starts using characters and models and like, you know, whatever, Gen AI, no. Bad. If I tell AI to make me a picture of lava, you know, I'm less upset about that, but I also know that it's still probably stealing from a photographer who took a picture of lava in real life and then uploaded it to the internet. It just went, cool, that's what lava looks like. So I still hate that that's a thing. Yeah, and then artists also get the flack, like you guys are saying. I'm so far behind about AI. They use it when they're not using it because they're actually good at it, but AI is... Sometimes AI is so realistic that people don't realize that art and a good artist making something look realistic is not AI. Scary. My biggest thing, and maybe you guys have already said this, I'm like several messages behind. My biggest thing with AI is that the anti-AI is fine. I like that people don't like AI and they want to fight against it. But my other thing is that stuff that, like you said, is true, people will just be like, fake AI, get this AI slop out of the way. It's like, it's not though. I know you're anti-AI, but like, you have to do just as much research to see if it's not AI. You can't just be like, this doesn't look right. It's got to be AI. AI slop, and move on. And often, you can't do research because, like, it's hard to find a source for somebody like my thumbnail. If somebody thought my thumbnail was AI, which I don't think they would, but if they did, there's no way to disprove that it's not AI because I made it. I'm the only one that went through that process. I didn't document it. I didn't put it anywhere. You know, there's no real good way to disprove the accusation that I used AI. You just have to actually analyze the photo itself, which is scary in its own way. Kind of in the zone when it comes to art. Partner works as a concept artist. Yeah. Believed they used AI for one creative endeavor ever, which was a bit before we knew everything about it, was for creating an illusion in D&D. Yeah, like, okay, so I think if you use AI for personal stuff, even if it's Gen AI, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't like that Gen AI is stealing from artists. But instead of commissioning an artist to say, hey, make my character or make this illusion or whatever, being able to just have Gen AI be like, yeah, I took all this stuff I found and made something sort of based off your description, and you just being like, good enough. You're not using it commercially. You're not making money off of it. They're not, and if you're not paying them for that service, if it's just doing it for free, I'd say nobody's really harmed in that. The artist doesn't really lose out on commissions because you were never intending on hiring them from the get-go. Maybe you don't have money or whatever. And it was also never used for any financial benefit for you. So until you go promoting and talking about how awesome that AI thing is, if you're just using it for like a D&D campaign, who really cares? Nobody's any the wiser that, you know, that's your process. I don't think that really matters myself. Wanted a creature that made a bad illusion. So yeah, AI kind of works for that. Funny enough. The only right way is to not use it at all. Still going through the chats. I missed the context of this conversation. Peeps, we're talking about AI. Gen AI and it being bad, and they're filling you in, and I'm so far behind in chat. Oh my god. Fully agree. Traditional digital artist. I can take pictures for you, and you can use them for free. I think it's awesome when people credit their sources for photos or art. It's just so great. I had a not great situation yesterday where I used one of my emotes and someone in chat was like, yoink, and I had to get the whole discussion of how stealing isn't cool. Oh my god. Did that really? Wait. Wait, was that when I was there or after? Hell yeah, I want to know about that. Please share more. I'm nosy, but also that's terrible, and I completely want to back you up if we ever see that person again, or whatever. How to make a thumbnail, step 1, don't use it yourself, or don't make it yourself. I'd be so uncomfortable. No, I know, right? It's so weird. Use Claude here. Yeah, Claude AI is the one that you guys got weaseled into. I'm trying to read through chat quick. For web design, we've been experimenting with Google Stitch AI. Of course. I learned music making engine. I'm struggling so much I would never use AI for it. I feel like in the time you make AI and find one that you like, you could have learned enough about music to make a basic song. And then once you know how to make a basic song, it's just learning the advanced techniques. Which is, like that's how my video editing has started. I was always like a novice at it, just doing fun little things, but I learned like keyframing from a fun little side project I did for a meme app. I talked about that earlier in today's stream. That's how I got into video editing. In general, was that. I never watched a YouTuber and was like, I want to be a YouTuber. I was like, I think this is really cool that this guy was able to take his gameplay footage and that people like can relate to that and they can share their own stories or whatever, you know. That's what I never cared about. Like, I want to be famous, I want to be a trend, I want to be, no, none of that. I just like the fact that this, like, a person could gain a community. So I kind of dabbled in video editing and recording stuff and did my own stuff and shared it online and whatever, passively, you know, Facebook, whatever it was. But that desire to learn that drove me into, okay, so how do I do this? How do I do that? I took image editing, digital art design class, or not design, but digital art class in college. So learning Photoshop and how like all the tools and all the things, like, you know, how you can modify stuff and make it look okay. One of our assignments in even high schools, when I did some of this, we had to take a photo of somebody and put President Obama's face over it. So it was like how to use the basics of Photoshop to change like skin tone to match this other person's skin tone, and how to cut the face off, and how to clone stamp, and how to do all that stuff. Very, very basic stuff. It was just a semester in school, in high school, but like it got me into it. And I hate that this is a completely different topic. We can go back to education at a different point, but I kind of hate that schools are still teaching things like, you know, calculus, when image editing is like an art that anybody can kind of do, because GIMP or Photoshop or whatever, Inkscape, these places aren't that hard to run that program. It's not super intense unless you're doing like animations. The whole beauty of music and art is that it's human made. Agreed. What's the point of generating it? Very definition of any form of art is human expression, not machine mashing it. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna argue with that at all. I was gonna say something like, you have synthesizers, but that's still music made. That's a human expressing his musical talents or brain or whatever with a machine, making the machine make the sounds, but he composed it. So yeah, I agree. I was gonna say that, and then I was like, well, that's different, but not really. The reason artists get accused of Gen AI is because the AI stole from them. Exactly. You're way too angry. I was trained on real art. Of course, some real art is gonna have that vibe. AI stole it. I think it is a bad thing. I have to disagree on that one. That was probably one of my points. Theft machine if you're using Gen AI even for a personal project. That is, I can agree that it's still bad. I don't like it, but at the same time, I don't really think you're supporting it if you're not promoting said project and you're not paying for said project. If I go to ChatGPT and tell it to make an image for free, the only thing that they get out of that is the fact that a user generated an image of something, and they can put that in their statistics to their sales team or whatever. That is still somewhat supporting it and bad, but I feel way less bad because I'm not giving them money for stealing somebody else's art. But I don't feel good about it. But I also can't draw to save my life, and sometimes it's, when you're trying to make a custom character or whatever for something, it's way easier to have a concept that you use, you know, that you can show to your group of friends, and that's never going to go anywhere except between you and them. Free image generator AI takes from artists, and I'll stand by this because artists don't offer free. Who offer free images don't get traction on their homepages. That's the thing. What I'm talking about is like a completely unique thing. So if I was taking free, like a character from an artist, like if I found a character that an artist made and it was like, that's my character, I'd 100% just use that image and never use AI for that. But when I want something unique where I would make it but can't make it because I lack the skill, it's not that I don't want to have the skill, it's that I lack it and I can't learn it in 2 weeks. So it's like, well, having something use or generated via AI and not really harming anybody, I feel is not okay, but not even tolerable, but like, it's not as bad. I think I am way north of where I need to be. But I agree, it's not good. Like, that's my point I'm trying to make, is that I'm not really in favor of that being a norm. Like, oh, as long as, you know, nobody's getting paid, it's fine. I don't agree with that. I'm just saying for a personal, like, hey, I want you to make my character, and I'm not paying an artist, and I'm not paying AI, and I'm not paying anybody. I just want to have a concept photo of my character, and I can't draw it. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to have AI spit something out, and then you'd be like, close enough. And you're not even really supporting the AI company unless you are now advertising, yeah, I just had ChatGPT make me a thing. Like, then yeah, that is still kind of supporting it because you're telling everybody how great it was. If you just have something, you're like, yeah, I had some AI generate this photo and it's close enough. That's what I did for my last character. I was like, make me this character, and it did. And I was like, yeah, so this is all I did. I just had some AI give me something, and this is close enough. I didn't even like credit. I wasn't even like, yeah, I had ChatGPT or Midjourney. I was just like, I had an AI generate this for free, and this is the best it got because I ran out of the free credits. So close enough. Now you guys have an idea in your mind's eye of what this character looks like. Because I'm not a writer and description is not my forte. I think even using privately is sad. You can be creative and instead use your own brain and have fun. It's not a lack of creation, it's a lack of, or not a lack of creativity, it's a lack of skill. You know, when you don't have money for something and you can't draw it and you can't describe it, it's a skill that you can harness over time, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to see somewhat my character put into flesh, and I can picture it in my head, but I can't make others picture it. Is where I'm like, okay, maybe you use that privately. I'm not saying it's good, you should try to do it yourself, but you know, I don't think it's really harmful to anybody, is really the point. It's not good, but it's not exactly malicious either. I don't even know where I am in my world anymore. Ah, Discord. I'm definitely not in favor of using AI instead of your brain. Like, people don't Google for images anymore. They use an image generator. Be like, hey, give me an image of a dog. It's like, you could just go take a photo, grab one that somebody's already taken a photo of. You go to Google Images, whatever. 110% don't agree with just that. It's not that I think they should stop teaching calc, peeps. It's that I think that calc doesn't have a place for people who don't want to learn it and pursue it. It's great if you're going into, like, engineering. If you wanna get into like the finites where you have to like use mathematics to come up with something, architecture, engineering, that architecture, not texture, architecture, engineering, you know, fields where it's like understanding that type of stuff, and you have to use mathematics to kind of calculate, is this whatever safe, is it, you know, whatever, like that's when it makes sense. But requiring 4 years of mathematics and forcing students to learn things like calculus because that's the mathematics level that you get to in your school, that's what happened with me anyway, when they don't intend on using calculus, it's a waste of my time when I could be learning things like Photoshop or GIMP. GIMP is free. It's a little obtuse and hard to use, but once you get past that, GIMP is free and it does a lot. I don't recommend GIMP to people who are used to other image editing software, but if you do choose to learn GIMP, it is a nice software to have because it can do a lot. How are chickens doing? 20 hours. Yeah, we're fine. Oh yeah, AI just giving you answers. It's wrong most of the time. Asking AI is not the same as learning a real fact. Be able to pick your classes, what kind of math and science, etc. We were able to pick our classes, but we had to still have 4 years of mathematics, 3 years of science, 2 years of history or other social types of studies, government, history, economics, whatever, that type of stuff. And then we had like 4 years of literature. And there's nothing wrong with literature and writing either, but like my last 2 classes were about like American literature and British literature, and I'm not saying it's bad, I just don't personally feel like I needed to have that. I read some Mark Twain. Amazing, great, famous author. You know how many famous authors are out there that I haven't read? But I read Mark Twain? What makes him so special other than he had some cultural significance at one time? Because he was writing or talking about things that were going on in society of the time. Like, it's cool, it's a history thing, but again, it's more like a history class. That's where I would say that would be like a social studies type of class where it's called historical literature or something, where you talk about how this writer wrote this piece at a time, you know, where maybe the character was a slave and, you know, their friend was somebody who wasn't, and together they overcame the criticisms of society and slavery before the American Civil War in America. Like, whatever. That's a historical literature piece where you're studying the literature with the history of the time. I don't think that should be a required class when somebody like me wants to get into how do you program? How do you use image editing? How do you video edit? You know, how do you get good sound quality and audio editing? You know, that type of stuff is way, way more my alley, and I never got to do any of that in school except for like 2 electives my senior year because of the requirements in school. And we already do things like we require those classes, at least my school did, but we weren't required to have physical education or health class as an actual healthy eating, how to maintain good body weight, that type of stuff. Those weren't required. But thank God I got to read Mark Twain. Like, I don't think he's a bad writer, but I would have preferred to learn things about nutrition and eating healthy and like your bodily functions and stuff like that than reading Mark Twain. And I was required to read Mark Twain as an example. Other things, Romeo and Juliet, that's Shakespeare. Macbeth is also Shakespeare. We had a Shakespeare basically class. was like, I don't mind learning about this, but I'd take an elective on that and give me a year of the good stuff. Not that that's not good. Everybody's their own thing, but I wasn't planning on being a writer, so I don't need to read books from famous writers when that's not a skill that I'm trying to actively develop. If I want to learn writing, put me in a writing class. She had more infrastructure to support interest-based education, teach basic maths, language, but then see what the child is interested in and go from there. Exactly. Researching is a real skill. Asking AI is not honing it at all. Curb my own tendency to rely on Google's top result when searching things actually. A reason one of the longest parts of writing a research paper is finding the right research. A person would always rather have a description of the character, as bad as it may be, fill in the rest of my own brain. That's true, Halia. I get that. I'm bad at descriptions and describing characters too. I'm not a writer. I'm just not. I've tried writing, and it's bad. So descriptor words are not my forte myself. It's much easier to have reference photos of what your character looks like. That was all my argument was. If somebody uses it kind of personally, it's not great, but at least you're not harming the artist involved directly by supporting something. Way back when, we go to Google and search White Dragonborn in armor and go from there with icons for D&D. That's fair enough. Other go use that work. Trip back to your base is already done. Distracted by the rant in chat. See, that's why we go on these rants, is because it passes the time. Our first trip there was gaslighting the culinary arts. The trip back is AI. See? At least you get literature in high school. It's less... I think the issue is less about how good your art is. It's more about perceptions around that. So, and what I mean by that is, if I make something that's bad art, it's bad art, and people don't hate me for the fact that it is bad art, but I don't feel proud of it either. And that could be a personal thing for me. But if my work is bad, then I feel really bad. I would rather not make something than make something bad and share it to people. I would rather make it privately and only share people when I am proud of the work. Which is why nobody has seen any video editing from me besides this past winter. Because my editing skills were not there. But I took a good amount of time to learn some more editing skills, and I've only gotten better since. Drawing, I just don't have the passion for as much as I want to. I want to sit down and draw. It just takes a really long time, and my passion right now is digital video editing, not art. As much as I want it to be art, I lack the time. And that's the unfortunate thing. Now I have these extra baskets. What do I do with them? There's kind of not a day that I spend anymore without doing work pretty much the whole day. Like, I go and visit my mom and we'll go out to eat or whatever, but I still help her with things, whatever, do laundry, do some of her chores. But like yesterday, I didn't do any gaming of my own or anything. The extent of me being able to relax was watching TV while I ate and cooked food, and throwing on YouTube in the background as I worked on my next stuff for Vintage Story or whatever. I don't know what to do with these chests. I guess I want to put them here. Is good enough. I'm more busy now than I was when I was working a job, but I also feel way more fulfilled than I did when I was working at my last job. And this is the trade-off I've told people before, is like, I need money to survive. But if I can achieve that, I don't care how much I make. As long as I can survive and I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I'm fine. And I feel way better about where I'm at right now in terms of the skills I'm developing and my life as it is now. I feel bad that I don't make money, but I feel 100 times better about what I'm doing. My last job, it just felt like I was wasting my life. So I feel so much better where I'm at now. Steel is done. I need to make more iron so I can make more steel, but that'll be a different. Today we'll be putting this somewhere. Blister steel is just gonna go here for now. I will get that worked some other time. Let's see. The only way to get better at art is to make more art. That's true. I don't disagree with that. No matter how bad your art is, you can always be proud of the time and effort you spent on creating. I wish that was true. I don't. Me personally, I don't feel proud of myself if it looks terrible. I don't feel proud about bad work as much as I don't feel proud about using AI. Like, literally. It's probably more of a self-esteem thing than anything, but I truly feel very bad about my own stuff if it's not in a spot where I feel comfortable to share it. I will not make something bad and be like, I don't think this is good, but I'm going to share it anyway. I would rather not have that embarrassment. At least if it's bad, but I didn't make it, then it's not my fault. Just having your basic needs met was guaranteed. People wouldn't be forced to keep crappy jobs that they hate. Being happier is a lot more important than money, especially if you're able to get by while doing it. Exactly. Breaking my heart in 5 seconds. I feel awful about myself if my own stuff is terrible. I hate on myself. I'm way too punishing to myself, I guess is the summary of what I'm trying to say. If I don't feel I know that my YouTube content is not top tier content. It is not stuff that gets me millions of views because it's not. It's just not. It's not that quality. But it is slightly succeeding, which means it's not terrible. It's just not as good as it could be. And I can accept that and get better. Whereas if you make something and nobody likes it, and you don't feel good about the thing that you made, that is like a lock me in a closet, I never want to see the sun again moment for me. I'd rather move countries and change my name than have that happen. Ever. If that type of thing happened consistently to me, I'd be living in the northern parts of Canada in a cabin, probably fist fighting bears in real life. Because that would be way more... That would be way less traumatizing than the embarrassment of having something that you thought was good enough to share and opening yourself up and then dying because nobody liked it. There's actually a funny moment I want to talk about. So the podcast Distractable, the one that Markiplier is part of. Well, one of the ones that Markiplier is part of. I listen to it on a regular enough basis. I've listened to every episode. I don't listen to them as they come out, but I enjoy the podcast, so I listen to the episodes when I can. There's a moment where Bob he's one of the hosts on the podcast. He was talking about how he met his wife, and he had known his wife for a long time. He had known his family for a long time. They were very accepting of him. And he talks about this, and I relate to him so much. He talks about this moment where he was trying to do the traditionally right thing of asking your spouse's parents, or more traditionally, your wife's father, his permission or blessing to marry his daughter. That's very traditional, and we can debate on the misogyny related to it, but it's a very traditional thing. Anyway, it's a common thing enough, at least in traditional, probably more or less white families. I don't know about that. Not trying to be, like, weird. Anyway, point is, he asked her dad, like, hey, so, you know, I've known her for a long time. Everybody seems to like me in the family. I think we all get along well. I would like to marry your daughter. And his apparent response to that was, huh, really? And he was like, oh, was I not supposed to do that? I guess I'll just go. This is over forever now. I'll just leave and never come back. He's like, that's truly how I felt. I'm like, that is me. That is me, 100%. If I'm, like, going out on a limb and people hack the limb off, goodbye. You'll never see me again. Never, ever, ever again. I can't live with that. And then another thing is, he was telling kind of that same story, and he was telling his parents about it. He's like, yeah, so I'm thinking about asking her to marry me. And they were like, are you sure? Are you sure? You know, maybe leave things the way they are. They're going well right now. Why push it? They didn't actually say that, but he was like, he got like a weird reaction from them, and he was like thinking that maybe they thought that, like, maybe don't push it. Maybe don't get married. Maybe you're just, you know, partners together. You don't have to get married. It's fine. Things are going good. That type of weird social anxiety with trying to do that, like, that is me 100%. 100%. I live with that all the time. When I post something to YouTube, I'm like, God, is today the day I stop? It is so nerve-wracking. It is awful. And when I see a video that I worked really hard on get like less than 1,000 views because my other ones have done better than that, they get tens of thousands, it's like, oh, so career's over, pack it up. It's time to stock shelves at the grocery store instead. That's just how my brain is, and I hate it so much. And that's a me issue, but that's probably why I have the opinion of what I do about the stuff we were talking about. It might not be a white person thing, peeps. I honestly don't know. That's when I picture that type of thing of asking for a blessing, I picture it as a like old Christian thing, you know, European settler type of, you know, that type of thing. It might not be. It's probably also very common in like Japan and other Eastern countries. I don't really know. very traditional countries. Like, I know Japan, and a lot of those Eastern countries are very traditional. Maybe all of them. I don't know. I really don't know. That's ignorance on my part. I just don't know. But, like, when I picture it, I picture, like, you know, kings of England, not, you know, whatever. Not old Eastern culture. That's probably because I grew up in the West. That's why my head goes that way. It's less about... how do I want to say it? Because I don't want to say I don't care about how others feel. That's obviously not true, because my entire rant there was talking about how others feel. But also, it's less about, like... it's what the masses feel. So if one person doesn't like my stuff, I don't really care. If one person doesn't... or a handful of people don't really like this, whatever, I can live with that. But when you are universally, like, nobody likes your stuff, it matters a lot to me that, like, you know, if one no doesn't hurt as much as a billion no's. Though the weight of one person or 100 people liking your stuff will never outweigh the millions who don't. In my brain. I'm not saying that as a fact of, you know, a law of nature or anything like that. It's just, you know, like, I run into this problem when it comes to, like, YouTube, where it's like, you know how many millions of people there are that go on YouTube? Billions of people that go to YouTube every single day. How many, like, hundreds of millions, if not billions of hours we watch per day on YouTube? And then to be like, and only, like, 300 people saw this and even bothered to care to look at it and view it. And of those 300, 4 liked it. It's like, wow. That just is crushing. And that is kind of a social media thing, but it's less that I personally care about how somebody feels about me on social media, but my work is a different thing. Ugh. But yes. It is time for me to go, because it is getting late for me anyway, and I have things I gotta do today. Good night, Helia. It is D&D night, of which I have stuff planned from last time, but I also want to think about how I want to do that. So I've got some prepping to do a little bit, and cleaning. Today was interesting. I hope that nobody takes my stuff out of context. I am 100% with you guys. Also, possible ban Invader, Sleepy, and Sleepless. It's been very fun seeing your name pop up the entire stream, say possible ban Invader. It was doing that before too, but since today everybody's a lot more active, it's been very fun seeing that. Possible ban Invader has been saying that they don't, whatever, they don't like Gen AI. It's like, that's so weird. I don't... I can share this, right? I don't have anything personal. Not that I can see. I just want to show you what it looks like. Let me flip to my window. Story. There we go. Yeah, it says possible ban evader monitoring next to your name the whole time. I don't really know why, but it's hilarious to me. So we're having these deep conversations, and it's just telling me that this person might not actually be... this person might not actually be a person. They're trying to get around the system. Very fun. That's probably from some bot I have and not actually Twitch, would be my guess. Because I do have a bot that's like supposed to look at accounts and then be like, does this account seem suspicious? So maybe, or you're just lying to us all and you're invading my chat, making us all feel friendly. We're all becoming friends here, and then you're just gonna say some really terrible stuff. We'll find out. That'll be the up next on the next stream coming up Friday. Is Sleepy a person or a bot? I think we know what topic of conversation to have on Friday. If my internet works out, oh boy, Dog Boy got hit by the Stream Elements bot. Too many symbols. Maybe it wasn't Automod, maybe it was Sleepy running in the background. They got into my channel. Anyway, you guys have been great. I actually really loved this stream, and hopefully we can get back and see each other again on Friday. But I gotta go, otherwise Peeps and a few others are not going to have a fun night tonight because I'm the DM and I need to DM. No, I have a lot of stuff from the previous session. Okay, sidebar before I leave. Our last session was like 3 hours, 3.5 hours of combat. Only combat. It turns out when the entire party and the DM roll really low, combat takes a long time. We went through all 10 rounds of combat, and I think we're into our 11th. So, dice hating everybody means combat encounter took a long time. But that was not my fault with the design. That was my fault with, apparently, Peeps bought the whole table a sack of weighted dice. Because nobody was rolling higher than, like, a 4 in combat. Adding modifiers that were crazy. We're adding, like, +6s and 7s to our modifiers. And it was like, okay, well, this thing has an AC of 17. What do you roll? Oh, I roll like a 6. Okay, no amount of modifiers are gonna be okay. Like, I made it a 17 assuming that you would roll at least 50% of the time a 10 or higher. And you just, like, didn't. And I made it 17 because the last encounter that I did, they had, like, an AC of 15. And the party hit every time. Never once was there a miss. I was like, okay, so I'll bump it up by, like, 2. Yeah. I started rolling their dice because my DM dice were rolling just 1s. I made a DM PC that could, like, fight with them, and it missed all the time. It had multi-attack and missed multiple times per round. That's why I favored saves when I ran D&D. Yeah. Yeah. I figured it would be a fun encounter, and it was fun, but that's all we did. So now we get to do story. I do not have any combat planned, spoiler alert, because of everything that happened before. Anyway, enough about that. I gotta get going. Otherwise, it's not gonna be fun. Bye-bye. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I will see you Friday, hopefully.